time living along the Guadalupe River. Thank you. All right, I'm good on Fox if you need me.
So I took Christina.
City West. You on Fox or?
I'm on Fox. They didn't say which one to go into first. They'll take me after, then we'll...
5U4. Trailers on 4.
This is the Guadalupe River. It flows right through. Wow. Are you going to be in the shot with me?
You're dialed in, right?
Fox, yes.
Yeah, she's dialed in.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
You're doing it crazy.
Correct.
We're just about a mile from on the Guadalupe.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Somebody's not getting their mail. So, like I said, those big.
We're live streaming too, by the way.
Hmm?
We're live streaming too, by the way.
Yeah, I know, right here.
Yeah. What was you saying?
Those big trees, those are they're called ball cypress.
Mm-hmm. That's really
People
strong.
know what they are, and they grow by the river. Just huge trees top building.
It's very sad.
Everybody waves at everybody.
Yeah, everyone's nice.
No, but I know. You're asking for miracles, honey.
Yeah.
Do you know when we're going OAI? We don't know. We don't know.
I was going to do Fox first and then go to WOAI. Because they're taking me after this.
I'm saying when we're done here, we'll go to OAI and back and forth. No, I know that. I know that. But yeah, that's what we did yesterday. We went back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah. Can you hear me? I was going to go into the Fox side first and then WOAI.
Yeah, that's what I told them.
Okay.
Just bounce back and forth.
Great.
And I'll let them know that we're here.
I already talked to the producer.
Yeah. That's what Vivian was. I was talking to Vivian.
Okay.
You start talking and I'll follow you.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
I was so tired. I just washed my face and washed my arms for the bug spray and just went to sleep. Fuck it. I gotta wash my sheets anyways. Yeah.
Oh.
It's best.
Yeah. Like you're funny.
Yeah, we're gonna need bug spray in a minute.
Good morning, Matt, Ashley. So I am in Hunt. We passed through Ingram. I want to mention, it was mile longs of just destruction. You've seen along the Guadalupe River just a lot of debris. It was very strong, the water flooding through the area. So this is the aftermath of what we've seen from yesterday. Totally different. You get to see what kind of destruction we have here. So we're right next to the Guadalupe River, but I want to mention right over to my my right here, just how strong the waters were. I mean, from the tree branch, there's a mailbox sitting here. So that just goes to show like where these things are coming from. I also want to take you over here across the way where there is a rock. And that just goes to show just how incredibly strong these waters must have been just to be able to push something as strong as this out of the way. So we're here in Hunts. There's tons of destruction. The aftermath is it's just breathtaking how strong the water was here and just how overflowing it was in this area. I mean, up and further ahead, you just see just the trees that are fallen over. But we've seen a lot of first responders coming into the area that were staged nearby where Christina's at. We're not too far from her, but just a lot of destruction here in this small town. So we'll keep you updated with the latest as we hear from residents here and first responders. I'm going to send it back to you guys back in the station. Yeah. Yeah, you're correct. 5'1" on a good day, but that just goes to show you just how tall this is. This is just absolutely massive. Where it came from, I couldn't tell you. I mean, there's just so much debris here. There's pieces of metal that are currently inside near the Guadalupe River. I do want to also mention when we were coming through the area, there was, I want to say it's a piece of a shed that was hanging on a tree. It must have the water just pushed it through. I just thought that was I've never seen anything like it. But yeah, Matt, back to your point here, this just goes to show just how incredibly aggressive that water was coming through Hunt. No. Not like nothing. So we are right next to the Guadalupe River. We're about a mile or so from the heart of Hunts, actually. So it's not too far from Ingram, where we're from. So we're just right over the bridge of where the Guadalupe River actually is right here. So they got hit pretty bad. Okay.
What is the same next on the way out? Whatever.
You ready?
Hold on.
Good.
Live before. What was she saying about the post office?
It was also damaged, so we could stop by there as well to see what it looks like.
Yeah, we can. At a certain point, we'll go into Hunt.
Yeah. They're going to take a quick break on News 4. on the other side. Okay, we'll do. Okay.
I can't.
So this is South Highway. What is that? What is this road?
Yeah.
What is it?
Oh. Get my glasses on and I'll take it. I think it's 27.
Highway 39?
Not highway, but I think it's state highway.
State Highway.
Yeah, state highway 30.
What is this?
State highway 39. It might be Texas 30. It might be Texas 39.
Sorry, Vivian. I forgot I turned off my mic. I was over here talking to myself.
With the news company?
Yes, sir.
Which,
I'm with News 4. They're with KSAT.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
What are they estimating that down below the bridge? 15 feet?
Below the bridge, I'm not sure. I know total level, it's sitting at about 24 feet right now.
24 feet higher? Wow, that's pretty good. And we're expecting more with rain today?
Yep. It was supposed to reach 32. Probably not going to reach that high, but yeah, it's been pretty consistent at about 24 feet.
Does this predict that Canyon Lake would rise up?
I'm sorry?
Canyon Lake?
Oh, yeah.
Did they project what that's coming up?
They haven't yet. I know that this is all still flowing that way, so they're trying to get all the estimations.
Well, it was so dry that they benefited.
Yeah, for sure.
So it didn't crest as high as they said it was going to.
Oh, yeah.
Say 37 feet. No,
But it's still up quite a bit.
it's up a lot from what it usually is, but I mean that's it's nowhere near as high as what we thought. Which is great.
Are we in your way here? Let's
No. I'm just about to do a live shot right now, so
I just want to get a picture.
yeah.
I went to the other side. I got one too. Anyway,
You're good. Bless you. Bless you. Yeah. Yep, stand by. I'm gonna be behind the camera, Viv, so I'm just gonna be showing the video. That's what Courtney told me. Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, Matt, it is significantly higher. I'm actually going to get behind the camera because I want to show you guys. This is currently where we're at along 281, just off of Spring Branch. That bridge right there is 281 southbound. We're going to show you a little bit of the river and what it looks like right now. You can see these rapidly flowing waters in the Guadalupe. I was here yesterday, and let me tell you, this was just a creek about 1.6 feet. We saw in this exact area yesterday, and now you can see it's just absolutely flowing as all of that river from Comfort flows down into the Spring Branch and Comal County area. It's flooding, as you can see here, trees. TxDOT and Guadalupe, Comal County sheriffs have been driving up and down, monitoring the situation, checking to see if they needed to close the bridge down. I think they ultimately decided that they would not. The water levels haven't reached what they were projected. at around 30 to 34 feet, but they are still significantly higher right now. I believe the latest estimation from NOAA is around 26 feet. But like I said, TxDOT and Comal County Sheriff's Department have been monitoring the situation, driving up and down, back and forth, just continuously checking with the water levels, making sure that everyone is being safe. As of right now, there have been no updates from the county, but as soon as we get that, I'm going to send that right to you guys. But for right now, I'm going to send it back to the studio. Thank you.
Yeah. He said there's nothing at the elementary, by the way. I was trying to ask him about it. He said there's nothing there. Thank you, by the way, Fernando, for that. They were trying to get me information. I'm gonna pull my hair back. It looks terrible. Just a matter of time. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I can hear you. Yes, give her a thumbs up for me. City West. Be safe. Which way do you want me to go?
This way's fine. I mean, actually, this way. That way.
Well, we're live in Ingram at a staging center here at City West Church, and I want to show you, I was able to talk to some of the folks here in one of the ambulances to get a little better sense of what's going on. We try to get in, but they aren't letting us in. It's all law enforcement and all of the rescuers, basically. They've got a tight lid on everything going on here. We've got so many law enforcement and so many EMTs basically from different jurisdictions. We've seen a lot of them mobilize and a lot of them moving out. You probably see one here that's getting ready to get inside their unit. I think that is a game warden from the state of Texas. He's got a backpack on. He's getting ready to load up and head out. And we saw a great deal of them actually moving to do just that. I think they got their orders a short time ago because we've seen a flurry of them just taking off. In fact, we're about to see one leave here right now. And so what we have found out is this is a check-in area for them. We've seen a lot of ins and outs throughout the morning, shift changes, we talk about it here. This is where they go, they get their marching orders, and then they leave for the day. We talked to a few of them and passing, and they say, yeah, we were out here yesterday, or no, this is our first time here. Here comes the game warden who's about to take off right now, and he's leaving for the day. They get direction where they're heading, and then they go from there. They mobilize, then they go from there, one direction or another, and then they take off. There's game warden passing, and then look, they've got ATVs on theirs, so they're about to take off with those two ATVs, passing another game warden that's taking off. They mean business. They're going to where they need to go. So this is kind of the hub of where they're heading and how they're going to get there. This is kind of the central nerve, if you will. And we've got more that are coming out too, and they're about to round up, get in those vehicles, and then take off to where it is that they need to go. So again, we try to get into that central nerve. Not going to happen this morning for us. So they got their marching orders. They're going to go where they need to go. And they've amassed from all over the state. We've looked on these vehicles. We've seen them from all over. We've got Uvalde EMS here. In front of that, we've got Schertz EMS. And passing us now is EMS Command. And this looks like it's from San Antonio that just passed us here. And we see some more cars and trucks that are backing up, and they're going to be heading out from different locations. So that's what we're dealing with here. We're going to try to get some more information about exactly where they're going. It's places that we can't get to, but maybe only these vehicles can get to, because you saw the the ATVs that were here. And again, you can see the ambulances from all the jurisdictions. It's what Governor Greg Abbott says that we do best in our city. We've got the best rescue efforts in the world, and it's what he promised, is that everyone would be accounted for as a result of all the flooding that we saw here. And to your right is a mass casualty evacuation ambulance. Behind that is another jurisdiction. We saw a Fredericksburg ambulance as well. So many of them from so many different parts of the state. And again, this is where they get their marching orders, the staging area, and then from there they get up and they go wherever it is they need to go to get that search and rescue effort underway, and hopefully not too many search and recovery efforts throughout the morning on the second day of what's become such a catastrophic event in the state's history in the Kerrville area. But reporting live from Ingram at City West Church, I'm Christina De Leon, Fox SA. We will send it back to you guys in the studio. Okay.
It's completely knocked over. You wouldn't be able to tell with what any of this is anymore. This is complete destruction. I mean, you can smell the gasoline in the air. Now, I want to also take you with me as we just look down the road, what once was. I mean, this, for people that live in this area, this looks just unrecognizable. There's just complete destruction right here. I'm going to stay close away from it, but there's power lines that are down. Down further over here, you just see piles and piles of just debris that has just stacked up. I do want to mention, if we can get a closer look over here, where there's actually a vehicle that's flipped over, completely totaled, but flipped over. That just goes to show, again, how I've been talking about how aggressive this floodwater was here in Hunt and how terribly they were hit by just this massive catastrophic flooding here. I did talk to one of the residents that was driving by. A lot of nice people here in Hunt. They were asking if we were okay, but they did mention that they're just going to pack their stuff and they're going to head out of this area. There's just a lot of rebuilding and people just don't know where to start. From where I'm standing, you wouldn't be able to tell how far the water got up from here, but you know, I will say there is some debris that's on top of these roofs, so that goes to show just how high these waters have gotten up. Also, the power lines here, let me mention, like, there are branches that are just hanging from the power lines, and you can hear, I'm not sure if you can pick it up from my mic, that you can hear the Guadalupe River still flowing. So it is just right across the road. Yeah. That's the only thing I'm hearing from residents. We just got in not too long ago, so when the residents that we are seeing are just passing by, and you know, they're just devastated. As of right now, I don't see any areas where they could get gas, but where Christine is at is not too far, which is Ingram, where there is a staging area and other first responders where they could reach some help. Absolutely. Yeah, no problem. KABB. I'm gonna try to get this guy really quickly. Can you, I'm gonna shut my mic off real quick.
My hearing aid
That's
on
okay.
before either.
Taylor.
Huh?
Do you know Taylor Swift?
Taylor.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, Taylor.
It might be our accents.
Are you turned on?
Yep.
All right. I speak.
Do you wanna walk over here with me?
Yeah, let me get this out.
Yeah. I'll meet you over here in front.
You're gonna interview him? Hold on. Bring that one off.
Hey guys, if you can hear me.
Turn it off.
Thank you again. I appreciate your time.
Oh, Jesse.
Yes, I got it. Yep, I got an interview, so we're grabbing him. What was your name again? Jerry?
Jerry.
Gotcha.
Adams.
Jerry, yeah.
Jerry, we'll be right with you. Just hang tight. Okay. We're gonna do some walking around. Okay. But don't be scared. Don't be scared. Ready to see it, right?
No, because I was up on the hill.
Okay.
I didn't really know anything was happening until about 3:30.
He'll stand with me.
Yeah, yeah.
You can come over, Jerry.
Whatever.
So
I've
this
seen it
this
all.
store was open. I mean, it functioned, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was the heartbeat of the community right there. I come down here every morning at 6 o'clock, had coffee with 4 or 5 other guys, not this one. I never know you had your morning either.
I'm
That
getting
guy
over here.
there come down here at 5
You
o'clock.
walk up to him. Just walk up to him.
Okay. All right, stand by.
Morning, Carl. You gonna go put the coffee on? Huh? Are you gonna go put the coffee on?
Yeah. Yeah, just walk over to him.
My check.
My check.
There, he did one. Make sure he's good.
Look at the roof.
Yeah, so from last time I talked to you, we moved closer down, about 5 minutes away, closer through State Highway 39 near Dutch Lane. So I'm outside the Hunt store, and you can just see the devastation behind me. It's completely, lots of debris here. They were completely hit by this floodwater aggressively. The building is caving in. I mean, if you take a look over here, this was their gas station right here, completely flipped over. You wouldn't be able to tell what this is, and you can just smell the gasoline that's here. So I do have a resident, Jerry Adams, who has been here for some time. I mean, just look at this devastation here.
It's unbelievable. Like I say, I've been here since 1987, and I've seen 2 or 3 really good floods, but I have never seen one that just total disaster like this one is. They said this thing crested at 36 feet, and it's just, you know, I mean, like the Hunt store there, that was the hub of the community, and people would come down, me and some other guys every morning to drink coffee, you know, and sit and talk, and Carl was here every morning to open up and do the bookwork and everything, and you know, like I say, I just live right up there on top of the hill, and I woke up at 3:30 in the morning, and I'm in a barn up there, and I had about that much water in the bottom of in the floor of my barn, you know. And I thought, what is going on? I mean, I knew it was raining, but I really feel bad for the people that have lost loved ones and property and everything here. I mean, it's just really hard to fathom that, you know, the destruction. It really is. And so,
Yeah, the destruction. I mean, just look behind us. This is just piles of debris that have stacked up. I mean, what was your first reaction to see the Hunt store the way it is? I mean, the gas station here completely flipped over. You know, I know you smell gasoline here. It's just sad.
it was. I mean, I drove down there and my jaw fell open. I couldn't believe it, you know. Because like I said, I've seen water come up maybe nearly to the road right here, you know. I've seen it come up that much, but not up to there.
And if we could take a look over here, closer to this field area, if you want to take a walk with me, you could see, Jerry, this area. What was this usually like over here?
Well, that was just what they call the Preservation Society, and they always had our Sunday Easter service was down here at this little pavilion, and that was usually just a lot for parking, you know. And when Hunt had their 100-year deal or whatever here a while back, you know, they had a big park out there, and I mean, it was just kind of for everybody to use, you know, what it was. So.
And I could see from over here, you see a car that's completely flipped over and totaled. I mean, just looking at that wasn't there before.
No, it was in this driveway right over here.
So that just goes to show how aggressive this floodwater was coming through Hunt.
Oh, yeah, it had to be coming through here 90 miles an hour. When I came down here at about 4 o'clock, right up there about where that sign is at a gate or whatever, right through there,
Yeah.
that's as far as I could come. The water was coming through here, you know, that deep, and I couldn't even cross it in that buggy.
Now, Jerry, I did speak to another resident that said, you know, I'm just packing up. I'm getting out of here. Where do you start from here after rebuilding? How do you start? Where do you go from here?
Church.
Yeah, and there's just a lot of, you know, resources that are going to be needed for this.
Oh yeah. Well, they've had the Methodist Church open over here for Their, what do they call it, the base camp or whatever, and that's where I went over there to see if they need anything, but there's nobody there now, so I guess everybody, once the shoemaker open, people could get out, and they've got plenty of water and food and stuff all already stacked over there, so hopefully they're all right. But it's gonna take a year or two or three for this thing to actually get back to the way it was, you know.
And I know this is a small knit community. Where do you guys go for your gas now? And you know, are you checking on neighbors and things like that since you are a tight knit community?
Oh yeah, we checked on. We drove up the road the other day and went to every house just to make sure there wasn't anybody still in there. You know, I mean, we'll have to just go to Ingram to get gas and coffee. That's where I'm going next, unless you've got some coffee on you somewhere.
Is there anything else that you'd like to get out to, you know, your neighbors that are watching here in Hunt?
Just, you know, take care of your neighbors and take care of yourselves and pray.
Jerry, thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you.
So we will continue to be here in Hunt, and we'll keep you updated with the latest with this destruction. So back to you guys in the station. Absolutely. Yeah, long time. Wow, you did great.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. It's a pleasure
Yes.
to meet you. Pleasure to
My-
meet you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Our
Take
anchors.
care, drive careful going back.
Our anchor said you would have got along with his friend in grade or college. Coffee's the best answer, he said. You're right. No sound is on?
No sound.
Cool.
Put it in the thing.
I gotta get in the front seat real quick. Oh, is that a key? That's not yours? I don't think they need it. I told the guy what you said. Comment, he was laughing. Exclamation point. Thank you, by the way. Comment, you and Jordan are the only people that give me feedback.
What do they want to see?
They're just saying good job.
Huh?
They said good job. So even when this is all, you know, the way it is, unfortunately, this is still the hot spot for the community, it looks
Oh, yeah,
like.
this is where everybody will gather, right here.
Yeah,
I just got on TV.
he did a great job.
Man, I'm famous now. You want my autograph? Come here.
Jerry, I'm good. I appreciate it.
I'll
I'll
sign
come
your cap
get you
for
if I
you.
need it.
No, Jerry, we appreciate your time.
All right, it was nice to meet you and y'all take care. And be
Yeah, you
careful.
be safe.
God
You know.
bless you.
God bless you too.
All right, I'm on.
Be safe. Get your coffee. Hi, sir. How are you? I'm Taylor. I'm with News 4 and Fox SA. So sorry, Carl. This is devastating for you guys, I can imagine. Is your home okay?
Yeah, I live up the road up there.
Yeah. But this is just. Yeah, you worked here?
Yeah.
Jerry was telling me. How's it feel to see something like this?
Well, we're all out of work, but you know, everybody, all the girls and everything, the cashiers and the waiters and the cooks and, well,
It's just very devastating. Looks like it's caving in, the building. Just.
well, especially if you drive down this way, you know, between Hunt and Shoemakers, it's just devastating.
Yeah. Never seen anything like this.
Oh no, there has never been anything like this.
How long have you been here? Oops, sorry.
Well, 22 years.
Wow. And this is the Guadalupe River right here, so it just complete. How high up was it, the water?
Well, if you come over here, it was as high as that fish sign is.
That's what Jerry was saying.
Yeah.
So that means it was much higher up here in this area.
Well,
So this looked like an ocean.
it was probably, what, 15, 20 feet here?
Wow. So this was completely flooded.
Oh, yeah. Have you gone and looked at it?
No.
Well, come maybe show you.
I was a little nervous just because of the. And where was this before, this toilet? Where was this before?
Oh, that was in the
Get out.
you see some of the devastation here.
Wow.
And here's what. Right over here. What's the post office? It's gone. Everything got slammed.
Because coming in here, I seen a tag, someone's name tag for the post office. I'm like, okay.
That's for the white bricks are for the post office.
Get out. That is crazy. Wow.
But you can see of this one.
So your whole post office is completely gone. How many workers do you think were in the post office?
It was at nighttime. There's no.
You can't even get in. Where do you start?
He blew up the whole thing.
You
The
just-
building's been hit since 1946, and it's just a shame that it's going to have to end this way.
Right.
I mean, just come in, take a.
Just so shocked. Yeah, I'll let you get in there too. But your post office, I think, really blew me away. You're like, it was here. It was here.
Oh yeah,
It's gone.
go. And then over here you can see more.
Now, I do have a question for you. We're about to go live. I know this is a difficult time for you. Would you mind talking to us live?
Oh, I don't need to do that.
That's okay. You know, I figured I asked you. If not, I'll share everyone what you're telling me now.
Yeah.
I'll be able to walk them through this. Is this what they were able to save? Some drinks? And you were the bookkeeper here?
No, I'm a part-time retiree cashier.
Cashier. So you got to see everybody come in. So you know everyone.
restaurant dining.
Just going to take a video of this. So tell me a little bit about this area. Was there a door here before?
No,
This is all open.
no, it was all closed.
Oh, this was all closed
Well,
and
they had a couple of windows, but
wow. What was this area? Part of it?
this was a storage area. We had an ice machine that was here. The ice machine's gone. All our big gas tanks back there floated off somewhere down the way.
Wow. Well, thank you for showing me around. This is just devastating. We're going to do a walk and talk. I'm going to do about this area. We're going to do a walk and talk. I'm going to go live for News 4. Right over here. That's the post office. It's gone. I'll show you.
It was a deal to raise money for the hunt school is what it was. And it started, they just had to,
Yep.
start Memorial Day, 11 days during the summer. Rodeo and everything, every weekend, you know.
See? We'll start here. I'll walk through it. Post office is right there, and I'll grab a brick. I'll show you. Hey guys, can you hear me?
They know you're here, so. Give that to.
Hey, this is Taylor.
Give that to Jerry. So
Stand by.
he can go, give it back to me.
I check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sure. Yeah, so this is a staple here in Hunt. So even after all this destruction, you could see they're still gathering here to be in this area. They're just completely overwhelmed and just devastated. I want to walk you through. They didn't want to be on camera, but they walked me through this area and what it did look like. So they said that this was once all boarded up. This was all brick and now completely opened up. That just goes to show how fierce that storm was and how it powered through. I want you to walk with me down here closer so we can get a closer look inside the actual building. You could just see just the debris that is completely clinging on to the building. But if you take a closer look here inside, you could just see it is just completely packed in there, just all the debris that just swept right into the Hunt store here in Hunt. This was a staple, they were telling me. I did speak to the cashier who worked here for many years, and so he saw a lot of residents come into the area. I also want to mention that closer down here, again, there's lots of debris, branches, down power lines. What I thought was just devastating, what they told me, was right over here is where the post office once was, if you believe it. I was completely shocked. He said, this is the brick from the post office. And as you can see, it's completely gone at this, it's no longer here. But what we did find was a Cassandra, what's her name tag, which was somewhere further where we first started. It's just, everything is scattered here. It's just devastating, just the amount of destruction this floodwater caused here in Hunt. So we're still speaking with residents here, and I did ask the cashier here about like rebuilding, you know, where do you go from here? And he says, you know, you just completely take this, you just rebuild from the start, bottom up. Yeah. Gone. That's all. Yeah, just really terrifying and just, you know, breathtaking. And I say breathtaking because it just takes your breath away just looking at this destruction. You know, what's once was just yesterday morning, a post office is completely gone today. It's just in a matter of time that took. So they're just coming together. A lot of them, you know, they're just looking at the area. They don't know where to start at this moment right now. They're just, they can't even get in the building to even see how bad the building is completely destroyed. Yeah, there's so much debris that just packed in there from the Guadalupe River that's just right across the road. So they're just coming here and they're just looking at all of this destruction just in awe.
Do me a favor. Can you record my tripod?
Would you drive it around? What'd you say?
No, grab my tripod.
Oh, yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Mike?
No. Hell, look at you, man.
I'm not sure what. they'll bring it here, hopefully.
Absolutely. I'll let
So the post office, if you look at Google Maps, was over on the other side of that, between those two trees. This is where it was.
Yeah. Sad. Is this yours? Is this yours? Your owner?
No,
Ah.
I just leave clothes over here.
Ah. Oh, he's a cashier. Whew.
My ranch is completely destroyed. I have lost 62 bales, 62 round bales, and because we cut last week, and if the cattle had been in, they'd have all been killed.
Oh. How you doing?
Never seen anything like this.
I know.
You need to walk over there and see where the post office is. and
Yes.
Stand on the slab and shoot.
So I did show them. We went over here, and I shot from it right here. I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I talked to another resident here, Jerry Adams. Could I talk to you as well?
Yes, ma'am. Sure.
You know, come over here. We'll go talk to you. You are more than welcome. I know you don't like to be on camera. I think this way would be safest. How long have you lived in Hunt?
Off and on since 1967.
1967.
So I was here for the flood of 69. I was here for the flood of 87, 2002, and 78. I've been through 4 major floods here in the last, what,
Still.
nearly 60
I'll get it.
years.
Do you want to get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Huh? You have to
I've never seen devastation like this. My ranch, my fence is gone. If the cattle had been in, they'd have all drowned.
Wow. So you let them free?
Huh?
You let them go?
No, they weren't in there at the time.
Gotcha.
We have people that lease our ranch and run cattle, and they had taken the cattle out because they were cutting hay.
Timing.
And all 62 round bales are gone. They're gone. Those bales weigh 950 pounds apiece. They're
Wow.
gone.
That just goes to show like the amount, how aggressive and strong this was. Let me have you stand right here.
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
going to go to the car and just grab the mic, but I'll be right with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Not a problem. vegetation in '69 was unbelievable, but this is way past 1969.
There you go.
You turn off your mic, the local loud.
Let me turn that off.
And I'm sorry, what are y'all names?
My name's Taylor.
Taylor,
Yes.
I'm Frank Siphon.
Nice to meet you, Frank.
Nice to meet
I'm
you all.
Michael.
What was your name?
Mike.
I'm just not dialed in. It's just no words. Devastating. It's going to be KABB in 10 minutes. Let me just dial in real quickly. Did we dial in right?
I live in Kerrville now,
Kerrville?
and my
Taylor's on
daughter and I were
Fox.
going to build a house in the upper pasture on my ranch, and that house would have had 6 feet of water in it.
Wow. But
And
you're,
it's well out.
That's fine.
It's into the 500-year floodplain. It's way above the
She's
100-year
dialing in
floodplain.
right now.
it says it's busy.
It's busy.
There's part of the post office right there.
That's what I'm saying. We found the name tag.
Wow. I'm gonna take a picture of that.
You let them know. But your family's okay?
That's fine. And the
Yeah,
IFP number is busy.
all my friends in Kerrville, we're members of a dance group. We cowboy dance
Really?
3 to 5 days a week. They all made it. They're all fine.
That's great to hear. I mean, our friend over here just completely devastated. There's a cashier here.
I recognize him.
Yeah. He said he was a cashier.
My dad bought our ranch in 1967. So I was here in '69, but it didn't get
Nothing
get
like this.
67, that was a great year.
Why's that? Year you were born? I was
On a
13 years
Tuesday.
old.
On a Tuesday, October the 17th,
How old were you?
1:30 in the morning.
Let's see, '69, I was 13 years old.
13.
I was born in '56.
56. Well, I was born in 98, so I didn't see any of that.
She's making us feel young.
Well, in 2002, it got up. My gate's gone, my road's gone, but it got up to the gate in 2002, and that was 4th of July as well. We were coming back from Bandera, and
So
it
there
was
was
just
another
raining.
flooding on the 4th of July?
July 4th, 2002, the Guadalupe got over, it got right at the bridge over down here on 39.
But again, you're telling me it's never been nothing like this. This
Well,
water had to be
I
over
wasn't
these.
here in 1932. The water got higher in flood 32 than it did even here because my dad was here as a child. And but the problem was in 1932, the infrastructure wasn't here. You know, this wasn't here. The post office wasn't here. You know, none of this was here. And you know, it just,
It's devastating. That's
you know,
all-
I put this on this morning, just walking my place for snakes.
Wow.
Well, you know, they're going to be a little pissed.
Just a bit. Just a bit.
Where do you want me to stand, Mike?
I don't know. It's gonna be a couple of minutes because it's. Did you get dialed in yet?
Yeah, I'm dialing now. Well, we could do like a little walking, talking, and show. I mean, you grew up with this. Set the scene for everyone, so I appreciate you talking to us.
Not a problem.
At some point, I need to take this and plug into the car
Okay.
because it's gonna die.
I can stand anywhere y'all want me to.
Oh, you're good where you're at. You're perfect.
Y'all want to do a walkie-talkie?
Yeah, yeah. I'll just walk and talk with you as you know we walk through this and just see this. Man, crazy. It's even the houses over here.
Yeah, and see, none of this because 32, my dad said they got 17 inches of rain overnight. And the Guadalupe, I don't know if y'all know, but you go down here between here and before you get to the Waltonia Lodges, there's a hill back up called Pleasure Hill. My great-grandfather settled that hill in the 19th century. And the water got up to his gate, which was probably 25 feet above the highway. Now the water did not get that high this time, but the problem was in 32, it got so I'm kind of a dual resident, but I lived here.
I love that you know your history of your family.
I know. I do know my history.
It's so deep rooted in here. Hey, mic check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And my headphone is dying. Gotta give me a second.
Very, very nice to meet you.
Very nice.
Now when I see you on TV, I'm going to go, I know that girl.
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, yeah. No. Yes, I got you.
And if it's shaky, it's not me.
Okay.
Okay.
You're steady on the...
No, I'm almost 60, so.
Here she
I'm not
comes,
as-
your
not as
lovely
young as I
bride.
used to be.
Oh. Yeah, okay. Does she mind being on TV? Ah.
I sing with one of the local bands here, and so she's used to me parading around.
That's awesome.
Honey, you're going to get to be on TV. Okay. Why not?
She said no. Nice to meet you. He's been talking to me a lot about you. All right, we'll stand here, and then
Okay.
they're going to come to us about a minute or two.
Okay.
Yeah. So how far is your ranch from here?
Schumacher's Crossing. The piece of property that borders that roadside park is mine.
Nice. Now, how do you pronounce your last name?
Siphon.
Siphon? Frank Siphon.
Yeah.
Nice. How long are you guys in town for?
We live here.
Oh, for the summer?
No, now we live here permanently.
Oh, wow. Alrighty. Yeah, so we're outside the Hunt store, which is a staple here in the area. I'm with Frank Siphon. Tell me a little bit about this area. I know you were getting emotional just talking about it. You grew up with this store.
I did. Sorry. My dad bought our ranch, which is right down the road, about 3/4 of a mile, in 1967. I grew up at this store. And I used to drive my tractor up here to fill it up with diesel fuel. It's gone. I mean, the buildings here, as you can see, but it's just destroyed. Back here in the back, 3 months ago, my new wife and I were dancing on that dance floor to one of our favorite bands. The post office is gone. My family goes back here to 1890. They've been here over 130 years. The family name was Edwards, and my dad was here for the flood in 1932, and the water got higher than it did here, or this flood, but it was downriver, and so this very well may be the worst flood Hunt has ever seen, because it would have started back up the South Fork. The devastation is unbelievable. How these kids survived in any of these camps along the river is nothing short of a miracle. But I did. I grew up with this store. I've like I said, I've danced here. I've been here, sat by the fireplace in a rocking chair and drank a beer. The devastation. There are just no words, Taylor, that I can say that describe what I'm seeing. My ranch, it was completely underwater. The water got that high. Just unbelievable.
And I know we were talking a little bit earlier. This is a small knit community, and everybody knows everybody.
Yes, Hunt is a very small community, and the people here do know each other. The store was more than just a store where you could go to buy staples and a beer or a hamburger or whatever. It was really a social meeting point. It was a lot of fun to come here and eat and have dinner and visit with people.
Yeah, there's you talking about how you just married your wife a month ago, and you're dancing in here, and now just emotional just seeing what it looks like right now. I mean, there's some deep-rooted memories in this building here for you guys here.
Yeah, there are. we've only been married 6 weeks, so it's new for her, but for me, it's a lifetime. My summers were spent here, living here, and I really, really enjoyed it. It's unbelievable, Taylor. That's all I can say. It's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, just no words at this time. I mean, your post office, where do you guys go right at this time? How do you rebuild from this?
It's going to take a long time. I mean, this community is resilient. They will rebuild. It's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be short. But this will rebuild, and all of this trash will be gone, and the camps will hopefully rebuild, and be a place where children can grow up.
Now, Frank, where were you when you first knew that those floodwaters are coming through?
I was living in my house in Kerrville. We live in the Highlands, so we're way high. But the storms, it started raining. We were at Howdy's dancing Thursday night, which is where they were doing live rescues, people out of trees. We left there at 10:15. It started raining at 10:45 because we were coming out of HEB. And about 1:30, the storms woke me up, and I was up the rest of the night. It was raining at my house probably 2.5 inches an hour. And it just kept coming. I knew it was going to be bad. About 4 o'clock, they started warning people of rises. At first one I saw was like 21 feet, and then it was 24.5 feet, and then it was like 27 feet. And I think we topped out here at 34.1 or something like that. But it didn't quit raining in Kerrville at our house till 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, you said you knew it was going to be bad, but you just didn't know the extent of what it actually became.
I knew it was going to be bad. I had no idea it was going to be this bad.
Now, were you seeing the alerts on your phone about the flash flood warning and stuff like that?
Oh yeah. My phone was going off several times. Flash flood emergency, and I woke Marcella up at early that morning, and I said, "Honey, we need." And I tried to get to my ranch, couldn't. Water was completely over the highway. Tried yet last night, couldn't. So this morning, we got up at 7 and first daylight and came out.
Now, Frank, I want to take our viewers over to the area where we can actually see inside the hunt store. I mean, I want you to paint a picture of kind of what it did look like before all the debris kind of swept through this area, because it looks completely different.
I've got a souvenir for you to take home.
Surely. Oh.
Roy Bowen, who's local here, raw honey.
He's got raw honey that survived this area?
Yeah.
So that is so awesome. Well, thank you so
You're
much.
so sweet anyway.
Thank you so much. We're going to go over to where Frank is.
Well, and you can't see now really, but right back in here, right over here was the cashier's stand. And then this all in here was where they had the staples. You could buy chips, beers, they had a cooler back there. Over here you can see the fireplace. In the wintertime, they would light a fire, and people could come in and have a beer and sit around the fireplace and chat. Back this way was the restaurant. There used to be a bank right in here. It's now it was an ice cream stand, but they had great burgers and steaks, and it was just like I said, it was a meeting place. But as I look in here now, the devastation's beyond anything I can say. I mean, this is how the rocks withstood it and these posts withstood it is a miracle, because I've seen posts and everything bigger here this morning that did not withstand the flood.
Yeah, Frank, if we go further up to the front of it, I know you were talking about earlier.
There's a better view of this.
Yeah, where the building did not withstand, and it kind of crushed through the front of the building. The bricks are completely gone here. So if you take a look, you can see which once was boarded up is now.
Well, this wall, here's the fireplace I was talking about.
And then you also had a gas station that was
Well,
right
the
here too
gas
as well.
pumps were here. You can see they're destroyed. But if you came around to the back side right over here, they had a diesel pump. And I could fill my tractor.
So yeah, this used to be boarded up, and now you can clearly see right in through the Hunt store. I'm gonna get you a closer view of this. Now, Frank, how does this make you feel, just being able to stand inside here? Is this where you danced with your wife?
The wife was back on the outside porch. It was where we danced. So this was all, you know, chips and jerky and, you know, foods and finger foods and.
But none of this stuff here, you know, is
No,
not.
no, no. This was actually inside the store. You could buy bottle. There was a wine, like right about here, wasn't it? There was a wine rack.
Wine rack was right.
Wine rack was right here. You could buy some excellent wines. And again, in the wintertime, fireplace, you know, was kind of a gathering point. And but like we were talking about earlier, Taylor, this is a very, very small, tight-knit community. And
Just emotion. You just get emotional just looking at this and seeing what it once was and now what it looks like today.
you do. I thank God that people survived it, that we're here to talk about this. What those kids went through and adults along the South Fork of the Guadalupe River, I'll be honest with you, I can't imagine.
You just see how aggressive this floodwater swept through this area. I mean, you were talking earlier about your cattle and how you've lost the barrels. Was it?
Well, no, the cattle were, well, we lease our property and some people here local to the community run some head out there. There were no cattle on the property. There were 62 round bales of hay because they just cut, and each one of those bales weighs about 950 pounds. They're all gone. All 62 bales are gone.
Yeah, it just goes to show again how aggressive those
How
waters
forceful
were.
the water was.
Absolutely. Well, you heard it from Frank here. The community here in Hunt is completely resilient. You know, it's an emotional state right now, so we'll keep you updated with the latest as we are stationed here in Hunt. Back to you. You're welcome. Frank, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
He was trying to rescue another counselor at a camp, and she got swept away. And, you know, it hits everybody. It hits everybody hard. And for a community, a tight-knit community like we are, we're 25,000 people in Kerrville. And, you know, pretty much everybody knows everybody here. And when we have an event, a catastrophic event like this, it hits hard and it hurts. But everybody coming together, you know, the outcry, I was telling you in the break a while ago, I've had Marines that I served with from across the nation reaching out saying, what can we do to help? And the answer to that question right now is pray. That's what we need. We need prayers. That's what we need for the families and for our remarkable, I can't tell you how many first responders are here. I was in the operations room a while ago. We have obviously our Kerrville Police Department, Fire Department. We have our Sheriff's Department. We have our state officials, game wardens, Coast Guard, Texas Rangers. We have federal agents here that are here to help, sent down. And it's just like going, wow.
Every city that is around this area in the state of Texas has shown up. I can't even tell you how many. We were trying to count. We can't even count that amount.
It's unbelievable. I had the mayor of Brazoria, which is down south of Houston, calls me yesterday and goes, what can we do? If you say the word, we're coming. And it's just like that kind of outreach and support is loved. Not needed right now because we have so many resources, but it is just unbelievable to see how the state and the community has come together.
And I think what makes this so difficult, and I think as a nation and as a state and as this community feels, is when it involves children. That's what makes this so hard for so many people to take in. And I know as a community, we all come together and we feel this as a community. Can you talk to us about how Kerrville, this community, has come together? Because when we talk about children, that's what makes it so sensitive for everybody in this community. And that's what makes people get up and move as quickly as we've seen them out here.
Yes, ma'am. You know, children are the future of this nation, future of our community and our future leaders. And to have this tragedy with our children out at the camps is unfathomable. It's, you know, we were supposed to have our 4th of July party yesterday in the park, 4th on the River, hosted by the Arcadia Live. Well, they pivoted from hosting 4th on the River to being a center for resources. And things like that. It's the churches coming together. You know, First United Methodist Church opening a shelter, having 150 beds for displaced families and individuals from the flood. That's how our community is. We all come together as one, and we work together as a team, and that's what's so lovely about Kerrville and Kerr County.
Yeah, and so it's going to take years for this community to really maybe get back on its feet. It's obviously devastating, and we're going to wait for more information to come out at 10 o'clock, and I know you guys are trying to gather that for us right now, and you've got a little bit of an operations center going on back there, but this is where we're going to have this press conference and more updated information. Or is there anything else that you'd like to add, any information that you'd like to give this community? I know so many people are watching. Anything that you want them to know?
Just pray. That's what we need. It's I can't say that enough. And you know, it's as a Christian, and I'm not trying to throw religion out, but we come together as one. We pray, and the Lord Almighty above will watch over and protect everybody and get us through this. So,
right. And I know there's still search and rescue operations going on, and you guys are doing everything in your power with the help of so many resources here in Texas to get as many people out safely as we can. And that's what you guys are doing, and that's what you hold steadfast to.
Yes, ma'am.
And of course, we will bring you updates as we can from this youth center here in Kerrville. At 10 o'clock, we will have live updates for you. And again, thank you so much for your time. Jeff Harris, City Council person here in Kerrville. He was gracious enough to come and talk to us. I know you're doing God's work here, and we appreciate your time, your efforts, your energy. And at 10 o'clock, we will have updates from this event center. But for now, we will send it back to you guys in the studio. Before he leaves, ask, where exactly where you are searching today? Do you have that information?
I do not. That's our first responders. I'm here just to support city staff and any way that we can. We have the mayors here, all 5 council members are here trying to help, staying out of the way and letting them do their deals because they're the experts.
And I know that when I was at the Operations Center at West Church, they were getting orders at different locations, is what I was trying to glean that information to, Marissa. Good question. And they were told different locations. They weren't telling me where, but they were going to different locations through ATV and through the big trucks. And they were told different, they wouldn't give me, because I was trying to find out too, or thinking like a light girl. They were told different locations, but they wouldn't give me those pinpoint locations. And that does sound right, that they just wouldn't be one location, right?
Correct.
But they were told different locations. So one person would drive off this way, another would drive off that way. And so they were given multiple different locations to get to, and that's where they were heading. And one would go ATV, one would go raft. And so it was different locations near that Mystic Camp Mystic. And they wouldn't even tell me that, but I know that they are still looking for people from Camp Mystic. And they would head out, and that would be it. And they would remain tight-lipped about where it is that they were going. So I know that the helicopters, the rafts, the ATVs would be searching. And then we even saw brush cutting trucks also. So they were doing everything in their power. But unfortunately, they would not reveal those locations to me. And I'm sure the councilman doesn't know where those are.
I do not. It's
Yeah.
you know, we have a general idea,
Yeah.
but that's, like I said, that's
Yeah.
the experts that are doing it.
Yeah.
We're staying out of their way and letting them do their deal,
Yeah.
because that is the number one priority we have right now, is search and rescue.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is the best we could do, because I did try asking that location, but what I did glean was that it was different locations. It just wasn't one spot. So unfortunately, they just would not reveal those locations to me. So I'm sorry, I don't have the better answer for you, but it is an all-out effort, and it's a whole bunch of people that are doing it all at once as we speak right now. So we'll send it back to you. Yes, ma'am. Mhm. Thank you. Okay. Okay, now they want you to go to Fox. They're very, very, very happy with you. They liked you very much. Pamela Andon, we want to go in today. Pamela Allen runs a nonprofit organization. Where is the most help needed right now?
Right now, for nonprofits, we have so much stuff. We don't, you know.
Okay, I've got to stay put. They want you right now on
Okay.
Fox. You're very popular.
Well, unfortunately, that's.
Okay, do you need, because last night was kids' clothes. So. They're doing weather over there on Fox. Here, I'll put it on for you. This is a different weather guy.
90. You know, you've got soil, just like in South San Antonio. You don't have the same limestone foundation as you do in the hill country.
What do you need specifically? She'll bring whatever you want. She's with
water can soak
oh God, I
in
can't
much
think of
better
her name.
out and around
I'm
Seguin than it
A friend of mine
can
that's
there along
in
that
Tyler,
35
his church is bringing a
You know,
whole
one
bunch of
thing that
stuff
has
down
become
from Tyler.
kind of very evident.
Last night you
in
said
the
kids'
past couple
clothing.
Kids'
You said
clothing,
your weather.
diapers.
You need all of that still?
Can you hear me? In San Antonio. The message. Okay, perfect. I saw the snippet of the interview that you had with this guy in OAI, and it was really good. So you can take as long as you want.
This guy.
Around in these flash flooding events.
Jeff Harris. I'm going to make sure.
And that's just something to consider.
Kerrville.
If you.
They love you.
Fred is going to finish this weather hit, and then we'll toss to you. So maybe in another minute and a half.
Direction.
I mean, we saw how fast that water came up.
Is that okay?
Yesterday.
You're
Yeah,
very
no,
popular.
no.
Your phone's blowing up.
For a few hours yesterday morning, spending time with your family. I had a video.
Yeah.
I turned to a Kerrville camera,
Yes.
and it was dark outside, and placed it on a gazebo out near Louis Hayes Park. Over the course of 15 minutes, literally watched the water run.
Same thing. It's the exact same thing. Okay, I'm taking this off.
Efforts do continue, so we are.
Here we go. 40 minutes. from the press conference. Yeah, we're at the Hill Country Youth Events Center here in Kerrville, where this press conference is set to be held. And I want to show you the difference. We were at the press conference yesterday in the morning, and it was such a small area. But because this has become such a catastrophic event, it has become such a larger area. Because sadly, there has been such a loss of life here. This is where the press conference was when Governor Greg Abbott was here last night, and it's very sad because 24 lives have been lost. And now joining us live is Jeff Harris. He's a city council member with Kerrville, and we wanted to talk to you because we talked about all of the resources that the state of Texas has offered, and what we talked about was Governor Greg Abbott promising that he would offer those resources, and boy, did he deliver.
Yes, ma'am. He, last night at his press conference and in a briefing with the governor, just a private briefing, he said, whatever you ask for, you're getting. And they said, we need resources, we need help. And he delivered. I mean, the state of Texas is here in full force between the game wardens, the Texas Department of Public Safety, our Highway Patrol, their aircraft division, the game wardens aircraft division is here. The U.S. Coast Guard is here helping. I was in the back room earlier, and from the City of Kerrville Police Department to the Kerr County Sheriff's Office to the state agencies to the federal agencies to the National Guard to the U.S. Coast Guard. I mean, in Kerrville, everybody is coming together to help us do a search and rescue operation for the devastation that we've experienced here in Kerrville.
Yeah, and that is just within Kerrville. We were talking about all of the manpower that we have from all of the local cities surrounding our area. We were counting when we were over at the West Church, Bay City West Church, and we were talking Uvalde, San Antonio, Fredericksburg, Schertz, and we couldn't even count how many cities from the surrounding area that just drove on up to give you guys a hand as well. We couldn't even count how many there were from those areas as well.
Yes, ma'am. It's the local support in the surrounding areas, the support that's been given to us, people reaching out. I have a friend of mine that's a council member in Fredericksburg, the neighboring county. They've sent EMS services to us. We have had the mayor of Brazoria down south of Houston call me yesterday, and he was like, what can we do? You just say the word and we're there. I was like, Philip, thank you so much, but what we need right now is prayers. That's what we need. We have so many people, we have boots on the ground and, wings in the air, so to say, right now, looking and trying to rescue anybody else that's out there. And what we need is prayer. That's what we need. So.
Especially prayer, because when we talk about so many children and so many camps that are by the river and not even that close to the river, we talk about the Guadalupe River and these camps and these little cabins. We're talking football fields away from the river, and that's close, right, for these camps. This wave of water that we talk about, or wall of water that came through the area, is so unpredictable, and it came at night. It is so devastating and is so gut-wrenching for people. They can't imagine what these families went through, and these children. That's what makes it so devastating for so many people, this loss of life, and the fact that people are working as we speak now to try to see what they can find on these lowest parts of the river. That's what makes it so hard for so many people. What can you tell us right now as far as the operation, the mission, and the operation center you have going on here too?
Yes, ma'am. Operations center that we have here is packed full of first responders, EMS, law enforcement, fire department, federal agents. They're all here helping, trying to figure it out so we can get out there and rescue. That is the mission right now, search and rescue, get everybody that is out there safe, get them home, get them secured. The wall of water that you spoke about, the Guadalupe River starts in West Kerr County, and it flows all the way to the Gulf of Mexico, down through Victoria. But, for this devastation, this tragedy that's here, the support, the outreach has just been unbelievably amazing. So.
And it makes it so hard because there are children involved. And I think that's what makes it so sad for so many. But the fact that there are people right now, trying their best, trying to rescue, trying what they can to see any signs of life out there. So just know that that is happening right now. For any parent out there watching, know that your loved one is being looked for right now as we speak. There is endless amounts of resources that the state of Texas can offer that are out there looking for them.
Absolutely correct. I mean, Governor Abbott last night said, what you need is what you get. And, we have helicopters with FLIR, forward-looking infrared radar. They were out last night running up and down the river all night. I live not too far from the river, and you could hear the helicopters all night long. They're doing what they're here to do. With that, I'm going to say one thing: let them do their job. We don't need everybody coming to Kerrville or people that are from Kerrville going out there and trying to start doing search and recovery or search and rescue missions. Let the experts do it. They're trained in it. So that's the biggest thing that's going on that we need. Let the experts take care of their business.
Yeah, and I know some people were asking, where are they right now? Well, I was trying to get those answers too, because I know I'm trying to think how you guys would think. There are several places right now, and they would not give me specifics. Believe me, I tried. There are different locations down by the river, which we can't get to, that only those first responders can get to. There are several locations. They were going by ATV, they were going by raft, and we saw brush cutting trucks too. They are doing everything in their power right now to make this a search and rescue effort. I know there is some search and recovery efforts going on. There's 24 confirmed dead, but right now as we speak, they're doing what they can to rescue lives, maybe some survivors out there right now. And I know that there are so many jurisdictions. Can you speak to the protocol, this operations center that you have going on, not just City West Church, but you've got stuff here too?
Yes, ma'am. This is the Emergency Operations Center. So this is where the ones that need to be here, this is where they are. They're planning, they're coordinating, they're sending, the orders out to the troops, the boots on the ground, so to say. And, that's what they're doing. They're going, Kerr County's a big county. The river's big in Kerrville. It has a lot of tributaries that come off the sides. The water can go anywhere. We know that. And, that's what they're out there doing. They're searching everything, turning every leaf over, kicking every rock, looking for people.
And finally, I just got some text from people. If you guys need anything in the city of Kerrville, I know maybe people are asking, I'm trying to think how you guys are thinking. If you guys need anything, do y'all need anything in the city of Kerrville? If people are asking, I've got some texts. If people are asking, what is it that you guys need in the city of Kerrville? What would you say to them?
The Red Cross on their website has a list of everything and where to go, what to do. Like I said a while ago, the outpour of community support has been unbelievable. It's, the First United Methodist Church set up an emergency shelter. They're taking, even animals are being able to go over with their families. The Arcadia Theater is a shelter. It's a reunification center that we have here. And it's, what we need right now, if it's not on the Red Cross list or on the City of Kerrville's website, the one thing we need is prayer. That's what we need. We need prayers for our first responders, but most importantly, we need prayers for the families and the children that are missing. That's what we need.
All right, and at 10 o'clock, we're going to have updates. I don't know what's coming. They have not promised what is coming in these updates, but hopefully we can get some more totals. We can get some more rescue totals. That is the prayer right now, rescue totals. Maybe not recovery totals, but rescue totals is what we are asking for. And prayers is what we're asking for too. I don't know if we need any more items. I haven't heard that because you have get a flood of items, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thankfully,
have.
right?
Yes.
And you've got food items too.
Yes.
Lots of
we
food.
have lots of food.
Okay,
So,
which is great. That's what we do here, right? We feed each other.
Feeding each other. The first responders are, they're being very well taken care of.
Okay.
Local restaurants have opened their doors. Close the doors to the public, but open the doors to the first responders.
How about that? We can't eat anywhere, but these guys can eat everywhere. No, it's great. I'm so happy to hear that. That is what we do in Texas. We take care of one another, and first responders just know that they are doing everything they can to search and find your loved ones, and know that it is happening right now. And at 10 o'clock, 30 minutes from now, we will have an update, and hopefully a wonderful update on more people who have been found, and hopefully they are reunited with their families. Jeff, I want to thank you so much for even talking to us and giving us some time. And in 30 minutes, hopefully some more real numbers and real totals. I appreciate your time. And again, prayers for everyone. We will send it back to you guys in the studio. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being real news.
No.
Because we've had some.
No. I told you I wasn't going to
I know.
host. I promised.
Absolutely.
They're just clearing the road. The fire guy told me they were going to come clear the road.
Gotcha. I said gotcha. Why do you put both in if you can't hear? Yeah. Hey guys, how are you? Good. Is this any of your anyone? It's this place, yeah. Which one? The blue. How are you? I'm so sorry about this. A lot of residents I spoke to just this was a staple in the area. One guy, his name was Frank. He said he got married last month and he was just dancing in there. So a lot of big emotional scene here.
Everybody's saying that, you know, they could have been warned and all that. There's no way. There's just the way it rose.
Were you?
Yeah, I live right down the road.
It just came so fast.
Yeah. An hour, 30 feet.
Yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, they're telling people are saying that, you know, it's sad because everybody's turning it political, and it ain't about a political.
Yeah, no, this is just.
This is about a community coming together and trying to help each other. And this was a historical marker, like the stuff.
Let me turn my mic off real quick.
Ricky, I'll catch you in a little while.
I gotta pull up.
Responder talking to us. We're still waiting.
Oh, you're good. You did. Oh, BB didn't do it.
He told me you didn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, he's.
But if he only understood, like, I'm not coming from a place, they don't let me finish, but I understand it's a tough thing.
If anybody needs a level, this is your chance. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1. Check check check. Everybody good? Norm, you good? Good good good. All right. Yeah. You already talked?
Good morning to everybody. We appreciate your being here. Appreciate your coming out here and covering us in this difficult time. We're going to have this is a press briefing this morning. We're starting at 10 a.m., so we're starting now, and we're going to have two more today. We'll have one at 2 and one at 6, and the purpose of each one will be to update you from whatever our previous numbers are. So this morning we'll be updating you from where we were last night, and then at 2 we'll update you from where we are now, and 6, same thing. And speaking this morning, we are going to have Kirk County Sheriff Larry Letha leading us off. United States Representative Chip Roy is here with us. Kerrville Mayor Joe Herring Jr. will be speaking briefly, and Kerrville City Manager Dalton Rice. And when we are done, because we are still in active search and recovery mode, we're going to keep this short. We'll allow 5 questions, and I am going to turn it over now to Sheriff Letha. Thank you.
As probably a lot of y'all know, Sheriff Larry Letha, Kirk County. One thing I want to tell you, I appreciate y'all covering this. One thing I'm really big about is transparency. Really appreciate y'all getting the message out there. We will do our best. Like you said, we'll have 2 more briefings out there to get you information as we get it. What I want to start with, I want to make sure you understand. These numbers I'm going to give you are at 8:55 a.m. this morning. These are changing rapidly, okay? So every time the next time we meet, I'll update you, but just bear with us, okay? They will be changing. They're already changing them up here, and we'll try to do a really good job. I've got some notes here I'm going to read because I want to be pretty accurate on this. Then I'll talk a little bit before I turn it over to Chip Roy. We are now more than 24 hours into this tragic event, and Kerrville Police Department, Kerrville Fire Department, and Kirk County Sheriff's Office and other first responders from around the Texas are continuing to conduct rescue and recovery operations along the Guadalupe River corridor. So far, we've evacuated over 850 uninjured people, 8 injured people, and have recovered 27 deceased fatalities at this time. Of these 27, 18 are adults, 9 are children. Of that, 6 of the adults are unidentified, and 1 of the children are unidentified at this time. That's at 8:55 this morning. We're unable to release any further information on the deceased at this time, as our thoughts and prayers go out to the loved ones. We are working hard to locate anyone who is still missing and to ensure they are safe. There are 2 ways that you can report the missing people. This is something I would really like y'all to spend some time getting out. One of the ways is via phone. We have a call center set up to accept information and share that information along our relief and incident commanders. That number is 830-285-1111. I'll repeat, 830-285-1111. It's 258. Correction. 258. Sorry about that. I'm going to repeat it one more time. 258. 258. Number for the final time is 830-258-1111. Is everybody good? Okay. Second way is via email. Like the phone number, information received will be shared along our relief teams. That email is floodrecovery@co.tx.us. Repeating one more time, floodrecovery@co.tx.us. There is a shelter for the general public who needs assistance at the First United Methodist Church, 321 Thompson Drive in Kerrville. 321 Thompson Drive, Kerrville. At present, we don't need material or volunteer donations at this time. We are coordinating with a strong state response currently. Cash donations can be made to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Once again, donations can be made to the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Our first responders along have been working tirelessly and will continue to conduct search and rescue operations until all citizens are accounted for. Tragic incidents like this affect us all. This community is strong and will continue to pull together during this tragic time. We have been humbled by the outpouring of support. We are very appreciative of everyone that's stepped up to help us. One thing I want to tell you and assure y'all is that we will not stop till every single person is found. We've got all the resources we need. We're here for the long haul. As I said, numbers will be changing rapidly, but like I said, we will not stop till everybody. I can't tell you, I've been asked how long will this take. I can't tell you how long it's going to take. It's going to take a while. Appreciate y'all. Like I said, getting the word out. Like I said, after this we're going to take about 5 questions. At this time, I'm going to introduce you to United States Representative Chip Roy. He's going to say a few words.
Thank you, Sheriff. I'll be brief. I'm here to show support for the community. My family comes here to Kerrville for 4th of July virtually every year. Come here for Robert Earl shows, and we were planning to be here for the show with Robert Earl and Beckman. These are the events that we're dealing with today, and trying to explain to a world that's watching this and asking questions what a flash flood looks like, where you have a 26 to 30 foot rise in the water in a matter of an hour, 4 to 6 a.m. on a holiday, and the people that are having to respond to that. I just got everybody pause, take a breath for the recriminations and the Monday morning quarterbacking, because there's so many great people in this community that are responding and moving quickly. Lives lost, saving people, like camp directors, and I'm going to let other people name names and stuff. That's not my job here, but we know the stories of people that have been heroic in trying to make sure that the lives lost was at a minimum, and trying to recover individuals. I got a call and an update this morning. My kid's school, there was one of their schoolmates was missing, and was one of the kids. She was on a mattress for 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the night, and she's united with her mom, and that's wonderful. And those are the kind of blessings that we should be celebrating, while we're also mourning the loss of life as we identify those that didn't make it and are now home with their Lord. So I just want to appreciate the first responders, the coordinated effort from the state, local, federal partnerships. Yesterday I was on the phone with the president, with the secretary. I expect we'll have some additional visitors today. I'll let other people talk about that, but I couldn't even get the conversation out with the secretary, trying to explain to her what we were dealing with. That doesn't happen often for me, but it took me a while to collect myself to even be able to tell her what we were looking at. And they've been fantastic, made available immediately at the request. I talked to NIM about the need for help with the Army Corps, talked to the Secretary and their team, and they're immediate. It's been an extraordinary partnership. I think there's been 1,000 or so boots on the ground combined between state, local, and federal. I'll let them say the numbers, but obviously hundreds of people that have been rescued, 160 plus air rescues. I think that number's going up. Airlifting and taking in resources to some of these camps that were isolated. So let's focus on that. Let's focus on finding those who can be found, and then we can always assess what we need to do later going forward. But extremely proud of this community. Let's finish the job here over the next few days, support the local law enforcement and the first responders, and pray for the families, particularly those who have lost loved ones. With that, I will turn it over to the mayor.
I'm Mayor Joe Herring Jr., Mayor of Kerrville, Texas. I'm glad you're here, and I have a few comments to make. People need to know today will be a hard day. It will be a hard day. This is the message I want to share. The city of Kerrville is thankful. We have help from our city crews, from county personnel, from state agencies, and federal resources, including the Coast Guard. I have been asked how people can help. The sheriff has mentioned that a fund has been set up by the Community Foundation of the Texas Hill Country. Information about this can be found on the city's Facebook page. In fact, if you want to know how to help, I know from my phone, from my texts, from my emails, thousands of people across our state and the world want to know how they can help. The easiest way to get information about that is to follow the City of Kerrville Facebook page. City of Kerrville, City Hall, Facebook page. They have done an admirable job of making sure all resources and all information is available, not only to the citizens of Kerrville, but to the citizens of the world. I'm thankful you're here. Today will be a hard day. Please pray for our community. Thank you. Next up is City Manager Dalton Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. Dalton Rice, the City Manager for the City of Kerrville. Just wanted to give a couple updates on operations. Operations did continue through the evening. We used specialized equipment with a lot of helicopters trying to identify any areas that we could find heat sources or whatever. So operations did continue throughout the night. Obviously the water did recede into this morning. I do want to encourage folks with road damage, even though a road may be open, please use extreme caution. If water does get under the road, we are seeing a lot of debris, a lot of asphalt that is washing up, so there could be some other damaged areas. We did start boots on the ground operations about 8 a.m. this morning and started about southwest of Hunt, so southwest of Camp Mystic. These folks will be traveling very difficult terrain up through Ingram, and we're going to start getting information. So again, as the sheriff had alluded to, the information is changing constantly, and it's going to be changing by the minute. Talked about roads. Don't do your own searches. We know everybody wants to get help. As the roads start clearing up, you're gonna want to get out there. We are in constant communication with families. We're in constant communication with those around, and so we will continue to effortlessly work through working with our partners. Again, we've been working with Border Patrol, Texas DPS, game wardens, federal side, U.S. Coast Guard is here. We want to thank them. Air assets. Again, we have hundreds of state and federal and local resources out here supporting this community. We do have grief counselors out there, so if there's anybody that needs any support, please don't hesitate to reach out as well. We still are operating shelters. Shelters are the same ones that we gave out before. Good news is a lot of the shelters have gone down in numbers, so there's either been those that have been reunited or kind of moving on. A couple of locations we had 18 girls in there that have been reunited with their families. We're down to about 4 that we're working on reunification as well. So reunification efforts are continuously ongoing from the missing person side. Here over the next few hours, we're going to be putting more information out there as far as missing persons, on how to contact if you have somebody that is missing or a loved one. Y'all have the camp number right now. We are continuously working on the other missing person side. The best way that I can sum this up is we have the known, which is the 27 potential missing campers that we're looking for now. The unknown is how many people were here locally, visiting, on vacation, doing other things in the community that we just do not have numbers. So these numbers are going to change throughout the day. And with that, we will take 5 questions.
How many people are still missing?
On the missing individuals, the 27, are those all, that you said campers, are those all children? And then also, do we know the total number of missing that you know of, not the unknowns obviously, but the knowns of adults and children for the county?
The 27 missing is the children from Camp Mystic that we have as far as right now for the number. As far as unknown other missing, we do not have an accurate count, and we don't even want to begin to estimate at this time.
Can you expand on that, Mr. Rice? A lot of people in the community, business owners, people that are living along the river have said they are very concerned the number will go up of missing, and they want to know more about how you guys are looking for them, what the efforts are, maybe even some of the challenges. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I alluded to with the operations piece, we have basically a team of about 34 folks from Texas Task Force 1, DPS, game wardens, and Border Patrol that are boots on the ground on each side of the river, starting in Hunt, and they're starting to make their way up. Across this entire area, it's probably about a 17-kilometer stretch. They are going to be in very debris terrain, very difficult, challenging contours along the riverbanks. So it is a very harsh environment. We are doing what's called a primary search, which is basically a very quick search, but when I say quick, that is up, down, sideways. They're turning over as many rocks as they can, culverts, up in trees. They are looking at every possible location, and then we'll start going into a layered approach, or what we also have from the locals, which has been a really great resource. Any floods that we have, there are no collection points where everybody tends to collect along the riverbank. We do have intel on what sites and locations those are, so we can also put additional resources into those collection sites and start getting a more focused approach on that.
We've seen a lot of tragic flooding. We've seen a lot of tragic flooding in central Texas over the past few weeks. There are so many people, I know this is so early, but there are so many people already asking what can be done to stop the loss of life. We saw 13 in San Antonio. We have seen an unknown number, but at least 27 here. They're scared.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that's a question that we definitely need to answer at some point in time. Right now, this is on the search and rescue efforts. Get some closure, where we can. So I think that is a great question that we need to ask ourselves, but right now we want to focus on search and rescue operations.
Are there still rescue efforts going on right now?
Yes, we are. We have been in continuous search and rescue operations. Again, this river, even though it started in West Kerr, this goes all the way down through East Kerr County and is continuing on, to the southeast. So yes, search and rescue operations are continuously ongoing, and we'll continue to update on that.
So
One more question.
Where are you finding these folks right now who are active rescues this morning? Are they stuck in an island of land? Where are they?
Typically rescues, if we do find them, they're going to be in trees, or we find them, either on high ground. Again, most of the rescues that we are having at this point in time are other camps. So we have a lot of camps, and they are all accounted for, but they are isolated because of road damage. So we know where they're at. We're getting them food, water, resources, and now it's a matter of just getting them safely across, low water crossings or other areas to other shelters.
There's so much confusion, though, about these kids. We know that there's missing kids, there's pictures, and there's names and all this stuff. Are you going to give a list of the names of the kids?
Absolutely not. We are not going to give a list of the names. We want to protect, those families and their information. The other thing I want to point out, and thank you for bringing that up, these families are getting bombarded with spam calls and spam information. So we want to keep the kids' information and these families' names out of any public, light, to give them the opportunity to grieve and to make sure that we give them the best possible resources that we can and get them reconnected as soon as possible. So some of them are, and some of those have been a great help as well. So yes, it is a double-edged sword, but we need to work through it. So our next one will be at 2 o'clock, and we'll give updates then. Thank you.
guys know more than I do.
So
So you know,
there we go. What's your first name?
Kurt.
Kurt.
Yeah, I'm the assistant fire chief.
Gotcha. All right.
Buddy.
Take a step behind her.
Okay.
And then
Fall up in
Oh,
a
sorry,
hole.
man.
don't fall in the hole.
Not in the mud.
Not in the
Stand
mud.
by.
Okay.
Here you go.
Yeah, hold on.
Kurt or Kurt?
Kurt.
Kurt.
We had an electrician who watched for you on TV.
Yeah, I know. Gee, thanks. That's all I need is.
Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you here in a little bit. All right. Be careful.
Assistant Fire Chief?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty. How long you been here?
27 years.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I've been part of the community a lot longer, off and on, but full-time 27 years.
They're going to come to us in a few seconds. Hey Matt, so we got some action going on here in Hunt. So I do have Kurt. He's the assistant fire chief. Been here for 27 years. Tell me about this.
This is, monumental. I feel very much like we're looking at the video from last summer in the hurricanes in Carolinas. Community is pretty hard hit. Everybody's good. Lost a lot of stuff. Lost some lives. The Hunt department we're trying to make sure our community's okay. The state's kind of left us out and let us take care of everybody around here. And of course, the state is coordinating all the recovery efforts.
Now, what are we seeing here? Are we seeing some bobcats out here kind of pulling the debris?
We have a whole lot of folks that have volunteered equipment. We've cleared out the North Fork of the river with volunteer equipment. We're working our way up here. Been working with KPUB and TxDOT on just what to do with the debris, how to get it out of the way, how to get the roads back open so that 2 lanes are passable. That's really what our biggest effort is right now. We've got the 2 local churches set up for food and food donations and that kind of stuff. We're letting them take care of that, and we're just trying to make the best of what we got.
Awesome. Well, thank you for talking to us, and also thank you for the work that's being done here today.
Yeah, it's
awesome.
amazing.
Yeah. All right, we're going to send it back to you in the station. Can I get your phone number real quickly?
Yeah. stuff, if you want to stack it in there and make it last over at the station at the firehouse. So
that ice machine there, if we could find power somewhere, it's got about 250 bags of ice. We could plug it in.
let me see if I can chase the generator down. How big?
Oh, not much. It's running. It's 1 foot down.
Okay.
We're running it down with the generator back to the truck.
Okay. So you're
We're
running.
from Hondo. We brought a bottle of water in.
Your whole police department was here last night.
I know.
You could have.
I seen 6 of them going back, and we were on the way up here.
They came past me up with this water crossing up here. I said, who's left in Hondo?
Not many.
And the guys they were like, there ain't much left.
No, usually they're on every street corner, and they've been kind of desperate when those things like.
Well, appreciate you running up here, man. So the 2 Baptist, the 2 churches, and then.
Well, like I say, we're at that church right there, but they ain't got
great.
no power.
I know it.
I mean, so we unloaded all the water. We brought, there, but I said, well, we need something for the ice water.
Yeah, I would say put it in the cooler at the hunt store, but that one ain't happening. So, all right. Well, thanks again. I'll be back up. I'm gonna take the buggy. I'll be back up at the firehouse. Need something? Stop up there and give me a shout.
Okay. Bring that up to the firehouse.
Just bring it up to the firehouse. I've got a big cooler or a big freezer, no power, but at least it's insulated. We can throw it. Kirk Griffin. Nice to meet you. Appreciate it.
All right. Hey, you need some ice, brother? Good. Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna call Texas first, see if they can donate.
Yeah. I mean, whatever we can get.
Not, can we pay for it?
No, we're not going to.
Are you fire chief?
Assistant chief. Yeah, I really hate to get into even thinking about that at this point. All right. All right, good. You guys picking up overall?
Evacuation of this area is required. Follow evacuation route instructions.
Oh, yeah. No, I know. Well,
Put up high.
it gets flatter, too. Yeah. Once it starts getting flat, there's no place for it to go. Talk to him, okay?
I'll talk to you. Thanks I really appreciate it.
No.
So we are also. Oh, it's getting muggy out.
It is getting muggy, yeah.
I hear it. Okay. Did you get a chance to look closer into the hunt store?
It's gone. There used to be a little white building on the other side that was
Yeah,
post office.
that's what we did.
A nice slab there.
And I tried to pick up the brick. Brick is heavy.
Oh, yeah.
Just goes to show the.
I've seen water in places that, it's crazy.
Yes.
I tell you what, the funniest thing, everybody that I've talked to is, where are we going to get all the things going on? Where are we going to get our mail?
That is a question, though.
But I mean, yes, sir, thank you.
Do you really want to get your bills?
I think everybody.
Maybe they'll give you a break.
Who was it? It was, Oh gosh, what did somebody tell me yesterday? I can't even remember. It's just been, so nuts that we're
just shocked.
Yeah.
They're going to toss to us in a few minutes, a few
No
seconds.
problem.
You're used to this. You're a pro.
I've given more interviews in my life over the years. That stuff is crazy. You can head up there. Yeah.
We're going next. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know.
It's running.
It's running?
Yeah.
Thank you. I won't keep you long.
May get just a bit. He's heading up to the church, Jimmy. Okay.
Water gun with the fire department. I don't know who's going to pay for it. Yeah. We'll figure that out later.
Again, Kurt.
Channel 4. Channel 4.
Thank you again for standing here and talking to us. We
No
appreciate it.
worries.
I know you're busy.
No, like I said, it's just kind of coordination stuff. It's nothing.
How do you pronounce your last name again?
Griffin.
Griffin. Easy.
Yeah.
It's like Smith.
Griffin, as in Peter Griffin?
IN with an IN. Everybody for some reason says
Ian.
I'm like, I've never met anybody with it spelled that way, and that's one of those things everybody always asks. If I'm being a real smart aleck, they say, "What's your first name?" Like the Scottish Church. Scottish Church are Kirks. So, and that just really throws them off.
Kurt.
Yeah.
Kirk.
My parents wanted a name that couldn't be changed. My dad's real name is Gerald, and he goes by Jerry. So.
It was Kirk, right?
Yes.
Welcome back. So it is getting much hotter out here today, but it's no more rain we're having here. It was misty, but it is getting pretty muggy here. I am joined with Kirk. He is the assistant fire chief here.
Yes, ma'am.
You've been here for 27 years. So
Yes,
tell me a little bit about, we got a lot of action going on, a lot of first responders. They're all volunteers out here working. Most of them are volunteers, right?
Most everybody you see is volunteers. We've got a super community that's supporting us with a lot of equipment, trying to get. Biggest project right now we got working on is getting the highway open to 2 lanes both ways, just getting the debris off and so that everybody can get in and out. We've got a couple river crossings upriver that are closed that are impassable, and they'll stay impassable for a while. We're able to get to every place in our district and in the area that's been affected. We're getting there. A lot of volunteers. We're taking care of the local stuff. The state operation is taking care of the recoveries, as you guys have probably heard. We appreciate their help, and they're letting us take care of what problems that we're experiencing.
A A lot of problems. I mean, the Hunt store here was a staple in the area, and also your post office. A lot of people are wondering what happens with your mail now.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny, yesterday's conversation when everybody heard that the store was closed and the post office is gone, you know, how are you going to get your mail and where are you going to go to eat lunch? So the Hunt store is probably a total loss, and we'll make it back.
But this is going to take some time. There's a lot of efforts going in. You see behind us, there's a lot of action going on, a lot of moving the debris out of the way.
Yeah, that's our biggest thing at this point is trying to get everything passable. We've got vehicles and trees and that kind of stuff, and fortunately, we'll just keep working it.
Now, if there are people here in the community that need some help or, want to help, how can they go about it and where can they go?
Yes, ma'am. Any food donations to either one of our two churches in the community here. We've got a Baptist church and the Methodist church. The first responders are based out of Ingram, just a little bit further back. And so that's where that operation's going. But if you guys make it to Hunt, and you got something food-wise, the churches are where we're trying to put it.
Absolutely. And is there a message that you'd like to send out to your community members?
Everybody's safe, so stay that way.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you. I also do want to mention, I did speak to the owner's wife here at the Hunt store. They said that they're going to post some updates on their website, which is thehuntstore.com, and they'll post some things on there because they said there are a lot of people who are looking to get in and help. They want to do new donations and things like that. So they said pay attention to that, and they'll continue to update the website. Jordan, back to you. He's still here, yes. Yes. Are you able to tell us a little bit about Camp Mystic, since it's in the area, and how difficult it may be to get into that area?
The road is clear to there. The bridge that is right before Camp Mystic took a big hit. The road base, and it peeled the asphalt right off the top of the road. So we're dealing with gravel and a lot of debris that we're trying to get smoothed out to get in and out there. We helicoptered a bunch of people in and out yesterday. That was very successful with Army Blackhawks and the DPS helicopters and one sheriff helicopter. So it's accessible. We did get ambulances in there yesterday. It's just there's no road left. And of course, it's not smooth after getting washed out. So they're trying to get that repaired enough to get vehicle traffic in and out with ease. And so that's the latest I know from up there. Access-wise.
Yeah, just overall, just very devastating to hear.
Yeah. Yes, you get. It's amazing when you got one road in and one road out. You tear up a piece of it, it puts a kink in the operation. So.
A lot of first responders up in that area, just getting to that location.
Getting to that area, yes, ma'am. We had fortunately had game wardens, a lot of police support in and out of the whole San Antonio area. We had police support out of Hondo and areas south of us that came in yesterday. Greatly appreciated. Made sure everything worked real smooth.
So it's all just a matter of time and just resources in getting there?
Resources down a 2-lane road that's 1 lane right now. So that's our biggest issue. So that's why the skid steers, that part of the effort is our biggest task this morning.
Thank you so much, Kurt, for that information. Yeah, so again, a lot of resources with that. Getting into that location is just really difficult, is what we're hearing. Absolutely. Okay. Do you want the... I hate to do it at home again. Hey, can you guys hear me? KABB. 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 Kirk. Can I borrow you one more time?
Sure.
Take your time right there. Yeah, you're good. Take your time. I'll call you over. I'm dialed in. I don't hear anything. Hello, can you guys hear me? Mic check.
Yeah, just pass.
Thank you again. So that road to get down there.
So that's been our biggest problem is just we had to wait for the river to come down. Fortunately, in our part of the world, we're not like what we saw in North Carolina and that kind of stuff. The river here drops very quickly. Down where you were talking in Seguin, once that river gets up, it doesn't go down. Like we were saying, it's just flat. Yeah. And so fortunately for us, it comes up and it goes down, but it did a lot when it came up yesterday.
Yeah. Thank you, Kirk.
Yeah, no problem. It's close enough.
I think I said it right the first time, right?
My mom, yeah. No, my mom would be fine. As long as mom's happy, right?
Right. I don't want no problems.
You don't want mom's problems, yeah.
Okay.
You from the San Antonio area?
I'm from Philly. I moved
really?
here, yeah. And I've been loving it so far, yeah.
Oh, good. Welcome.
Thank you.
I actually went to high school in Northern Virginia, so I know that part of the world pretty well.
Nice.
And,
okay, they just went to our... Okay, we're next after this one, I think.
you did good at losing your accent.
Oh, if I say water, there it goes. I have to fake it on air.
There you go. There you go.
Water.
Good.
I think I slipped up once today.
Don't say pop.
Oh, I say soda.
Yeah.
My dad says soda pop.
Everything's a Coke, right? Just like Coke.
Right. It's
safe at Coke or Dr. Pepper.
Yes. Wow. Is he still good right here? Do you need him to move anything? He's good right here?
He's good right there. Yeah. He's professional now.
I wouldn't go that far. I'm just an old Aggie engineer, so.
Oh, we got some more people. Oh, looks a lot of help coming.
That's the owner's family.
Nice.
So.
One last Ford pickup, black coming through.
So, Kirk, all them gentlemen over there, volunteers?
All volunteers.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Every piece of equipment that's been behind us or been past us, that's all folks just volunteer.
Where do you put this? Where do you put the debris?
Right
Yes.
now, we're just pushing it, trying to get it off the road.
Just off the road?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
so we can get 2 lanes of traffic. Eventually, TxDOT and
Handles
local
it.
folks will start cutting it up and getting it out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
From here out, there's a lot of lines down like what you're seeing here. And so, yeah, it's...
And is the whole community without power right now? Majority?
Everything from the intersection west. The other side of the river over there has power. So,
It's just like because of this right here.
well, part of it's because of this, and so much of the stuff is down further out. We were very surprised when the power came back on across the river last night.
That's good.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
Yeah, my house is over there. Heck, I got to take a warm shower. So.
Alrighty. Thank you again. I know we're just standing here, just waiting for the show to show,
okay.
but I appreciate your time.
Actually,
when there's a lot going on behind us. I freed you.
I've been doing stuff I need to be doing anyway, so. Otherwise, I'd be standing in front of the fire station doing the same thing. So.
Then I don't feel too bad.
The buses here that are going through.
Yeah.
Are going to Camp Waldemar to get the girls out of Camp Waldemar.
Wow.
So that their parents can pick them up in town. We did that yesterday with Camp Lahana right here and the girls out of Camp Mystic.
So a lot of camps, right? Just in our
We've
where we're at.
got 6 just in a stone's throw here. So Mystic is the largest. They have 600 kids out there in a 4-week term.
We're ready. I think it's us now. You don't mind talking about that?
No.
Okay, cool.
I mean, ask me the question. I answered the best I can.
Thank you. Okay. I think it's us, yeah. Thumbs up, I can hear you. What am I on now? Yeah, I was supposed to come over here and then go back to News 4. Okay, they're with our meteorologist right now, so then they'll take to us.
Good deal.
Get a cup. I said get a cup.
Can you take me now? What was that? Right.
That's the busiest I've seen hunting there forever.
Ready? Here we go. Welcome back. Yeah, so I'm still here in Hunt, Texas, where we have some action going on. We have a lot of volunteer first responders clearing the area, making that debris that was in the way out of the roads and onto the sidewalks, just so we have more room for the road. So I am joined with Kirk Griffins. You've been here for 27 years. You're assistant fire chief. Tell me a little bit about the camps that we have here nearby. You said there were 6, right?
We have 6 large summer camps in the area. 3 of them have been pretty much evacuated. We've got the local school districts are volunteering their buses, getting the kids back into Kerrville and to Ingram to get picked up by their parents. So that's worked really well. We basically evacuated 2 of the camps yesterday, Camp La Junta and Camp Mystic. Camp Waldemar and Stewart are getting kids out today, taking those kids to some churches in the Kerrville area to take care of them and get them back to their parents.
Now, we did see right behind us, we had those buses come by, and you told me they were going to go get those girls, right?
Right, and so they'll be ferrying girls back into town to, I believe, I don't know which church. I'll misspeak if I say that.
No problem.
But anyway, so yeah, the school districts have been fantastic in supporting our efforts.
Now I want to go over to Camp Mystic and talk about that. You said that's the largest one in the area.
Yes, ma'am.
To get there is pretty difficult.
We did lose a lot of the road base in areas where the river does come up over the roads. It basically just peeled the asphalt off the roadbed, and so we've got gravel roads with big holes. Fortunately, TxDOT did get in last night and got them at least passable, and we continue to do that as both out the North Fork of the river and the South Fork.
A lot of resources are needed for this, and that's a small area to get to.
Yes, it is. Fortunately, we've had a bunch of people donate their time and the equipment. We've got volunteer crews running skid steers clearing the highway so that TxDOT and emergency responders can get in and out on 2 lanes.
Now, as for here in Hunt, Texas, a lot of crews working here today, clearing the debris from the roadways, because there's a lot of debris here. This is heavy material that has been from the post office that you've had.
The post office to the Hunt store to fences and everything else. All the rock has been knocked down. We've got rock and brick everywhere, and we'll clean it up and keep going.
How long will you guys be out here doing this for today?
We'll be out here until we shut down. So it'll be dark plus.
And I want to mention, it's a small community, so this is all volunteers working their time.
Yes, ma'am. The dozen or so skid steers that you've seen, one more just arrived, those guys are all volunteers.
And I also want to mention, that this community has stepped up. I know a lot of people are talking now, what can we do next? What happens next? What can people do next? And if they need donations, where can they go?
Our 2 churches in the area, the Methodist Church and the Hunt Baptist Church, are taking donations as food and dollars for us right now. So if you need to, feel free to contact them the best we can. Currently, we have no phone service, but cell phones are working spottily, if that's all right. And we'll go from there.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier about your side is you have power.
My side of the river has power. This side of the river doesn't.
Yeah, we do see the powered line.
Telephone lines, power lines are down. So even old dial-up phones aren't working right now. So especially anything that's fiber or anything like that, our local community company HCTC is working really hard to get things back up and ginning for us, and doing a yeoman's job.
Now, are you able to talk to me a little bit about yesterday and that scene of just the water rushing through? I mean, the Hunt store here completely damaged.
We had water way higher than any of us have ever seen. It's my understanding that since the 1930s, been through some pretty good rises here. I haven't seen this, and first report that we heard from the other side of the river yesterday, about a mile downstream, because we couldn't get across, that the post office and the Hunt store were gone, and we kind of went, yeah, right. Sure enough, we've got a slab where our post office was, and the Hunt store will probably have to be demolished. So,
is there anything that you'd like to get out to the public that we might have left out?
No, ma'am. Appreciate everybody's volunteer and all the efforts to date, and we'll just keep ginning.
Awesome. Thank you, Kirk. Thanks so much for your time. So I'm going to send it back to you guys at the station. But I also want to mention I did speak to the owner at the Hunt store, and she did inform me that she's had a lot of community members reach out to her that are wanting to help. And they're going to update their website page, which is thehuntstore.com, and they'll have updates on there throughout this tragic event that's happening here in Hunt, Texas. Yeah. Just want to talk about the evacuation numbers, just the high numbers there. That's a lot of people. Were they fully evacuated?
Some areas were. We had some areas that, of course, we couldn't get out because of the river crossings. We have so many river crossings in here. 1 mile, 2 miles, 3 miles apart from each other. So everybody just got to safer and higher ground in their local area, and then as we find, like I said, I believe finally about 5 o'clock last night, we got the main artery open to one lane, and then we were really able to start evacuating the folks. That's when we got the 2 camps yesterday out of here, and we continued through last night. So yes, ma'am.
Yeah, lots of efforts to get all those evacuated, I can imagine.
Absolutely. A lot of helicopters. I know there were a lot of people that tried to personally get helicopters in. We did establish a no-fly zone over the area because of helicopter traffic, just to be safe. It was still raining, not good weather. And so, yes.
Yeah, much better weather today for all that stuff.
Much better weather. Of course, the urgency is kind of gone because we can get there in vehicles now. So that's the positive thing.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Kirk. We appreciate it. Send it back to you guys at the station. Good job. Thank you so much. I think you're clear. Yes,
my
of course.
pleasure.
Mic test, mic test. Can you hear me? All right. Just give me a second. He's dead. I gotta switch it out. Mic test, mic test. Oh. Well, yeah, man, it's getting pretty hectic out here. The water has been rising significantly faster. It's a little bit heavier in some areas, like you can see behind me. They were doing some water rescues here at HEB. This car behind me actually just flipped over that curb probably a minute or two ago. The officer was informed, and so she headed on right over. You can see her trying to assist the people in the area now. But I'm actually going to do a 360 here, because you can see there's a river of water just absolutely flowing down these streets into these businesses. It actually ended with a car stuck, and I believe he's just behind this sign. But you can see the water levels rising all the way into the parking lot. It's making it super difficult. It looks very shallow from the perspective on the street, but then you get into that water, and I promise you, it's about, I want to say, a foot deep. It's getting very, very heavy out here. The rain pour has been consistent. I will say that it was raining a significant amount harder a little bit earlier today. It's raining a little bit lighter now, but just pouring on is just adding to the flooding that we're seeing here.
get so tall?
What'd you say?
I said, how did you get so tall?
Found the box that records the surveillance cameras inside the bar. Crazy to see.
Good morning. I just want to give you guys an update. For people that may have been joining us now and didn't see our earlier talks with residents and things like that, just want to give you an update of what this area looks like right now. So if you can take a look behind me, this is a small knit community. This is a staple here. This is the Hunt store. This is where a lot of people would gather, eat, drink, dance. I spoke to a resident who actually got married 6 weeks ago, and in an emotional interview with him, he told me that Right over here where that opening is, that was all blocked off with brick and closed off. That's where he was dancing with his newly bride, and it was just emotional for him to see this scene and the way it is when he grew up with this building here in the area. You could see behind me, this was a gas station as well where people could get gas. It's completely tipped over. Gasoline has poured out. But I do want to mention right here are these bricks. These are really hefty bricks. We're seeing them scattered throughout the area. If you go down further, not too far, there was a post office, and these look like the bricks that belong to the post office. So there was once a post office not too far from here, and it's completely gone at this point. You see the front door just laying there on the ground. If you drive by, you wouldn't be able to tell what it is. Now, I did speak to the assistant fire chief, who has been here for 27 years. He said he hasn't ever seen anything to this degree. Now, not too long ago, we had first responders, and mind you, they're all volunteers here because it is a small community. They were with their heavy equipment, just brushing things out of the way, all the debris that we have here, because there is a lot. Like we talked about earlier, it does look like a tornado hit this area. That's how damaged it is. The floodwaters were just so strong that came through this area, but we don't see them anymore. They've since cleared out, but they were making some way down further, so we did see them there. So yeah, there's a lot of people still gathering here. We have the owners that were also here. They didn't want to talk to us on camera, but the wife did say that she has a lot of people in the community that are reaching out, asking to see if they could help. So she said, direct them to the website. That's where she'll update them on what they could do to help and what the next steps here are. So that's the latest here in Hunt, Texas. Gosh, I would say that the post office is just the main one. 1 second it's there, then next it's gone. That's just unimaginable. It's just devastating scenes that we're seeing here. And you know, this building here is just a staple, and it's completely, you know, damaged. And the next steps, they don't even know what to do. They don't know if this, at this point, it doesn't look like anything is salvageable. Yes, as we're speaking, yes, tons of people still making their way in here. Lots of people just taking pictures because they grew up in this area. And again, this is just a staple. And they just cannot believe what they're seeing. Like, I did speak to someone earlier, and they're like, they couldn't believe when they heard the news of this was destroyed. They were like, no way. And then they've seen it firsthand. And yeah, it's just, the views here are just devastating. Right. And then they see it. Thank you.
flash flood warnings issued, the flash flood emergency that we've been issued. So we may go over to River Road later on. We'll be tracking the storm, see exactly where it goes, see if we come across flooded roadways, people stranded. It's kind of unknown. You don't know what to really expect. We know we're going to see that heavy rain, but how much of it in one particular location, how fast the rain comes down, that's kind of a question mark here, and where exactly that falls as well is a question mark. So we'll be tracking it wherever it goes across our area this afternoon, and we'll keep you updated on everything we see and everything we come across. I can call Fox now. One or the other. All right. Do you have any idea who's producing these? Do you have any idea who's producing? Just talked to, I don't even know who it was. Sounded like Clarissa, maybe?
That sounds right.
Okay, that sounded like Clarissa. That might be the News 4 one. I'm not sure who's doing Fox. So we'll find out. Okay, 210-901-7354. Hey, this is Storm Tracker. If you guys want to take us at any time, let us know. Hey, can anyone hear us? You're gonna come into it now. It's gonna be pretty heavy. Hey, yes, I can hear you. Oh, is it? Oh, okay. David gave me this number. Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Sounds good. Get off at Borgfeld Road.
Get off where?
Borgfeld. Yes, you can take us. Yes. Driving through Timberwood Park. Hey, Brad. Yeah, we are 281 northbound here near Evans Drive on the far north side. We're right in that heart of that storm that is producing that flash flood warning here in northern Bexar County. And as you see, torrential downpours right now. We have some ponding on the roads. We're going to be getting off here in a few miles and kind of just driving around Timberwood Park to see if we encounter any flooding. Right now, we haven't come across anything on the interstate except some ponding on the roadways. It's a slow go, very heavy rain, and also some frequent lightning as well. But it is very rainy at the current moment. It was rather light rain down to the south around the airport, but when we came into that heart of that storm right now, sitting right over Timberwood Park, the Stone Oak area, up towards Valverde, this is what we're seeing. This is what's under that. Very high rainfall rates at the current moment, and if it rains like this, it's not really moving very much. It can produce flash flooding in a quick amount of time. So we're here on the scene. We're going to be driving around, see if we encounter any of those flooded roadways, and we'll keep you updated. But it's coming down very heavy right now here on 281. Brad? Yeah, it could be worse. Hopefully it does kind of move to the south-southwest. It's kind of drifting that way. Because if you see rainfall rates like what we're seeing now, you're talking about 3-4 inches an hour, that can create a lot of problems in a very short amount of time. And would not be surprised if we do see more flooding on the roadways if this storm doesn't get moving pretty quickly. Yeah, our plan is to get off on Borgfeld. We're going to go west into Timberwood Park, kind of drive around those more hilly areas over there, see what we come across there. But like you mentioned, this is a new built road here on 281, and it's starting to definitely see more ponding on the roads. We're seeing about at least a little bit of water on the roadways right now for sure. So people are definitely slowing down here. So if it's happening here on 281, it's likely going to be happening in those more hilly areas off the interstate. So we're going to be driving around some of those less main roads in a few minutes here. Hey Vivian, I'm going to call WAI and then I'll call you back. Take a left then. What is going on here? Okay. Hey, if you guys can hear us, take us whenever. We're seeing flooding. people go?
Probably turning around.
Think so?
I'm assuming there's a flood up here.
Oh yeah, what is going on here? Hey guys, take us. Hello. Clarissa, somebody? Hey guys, take us. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody? Oh, it's flooding. Hey, it's Joe. We're in Storm Tracker. We're across flooding right now. Yes. So we're coming across here. This road is closed. Okay, sounds good. Why is somebody running in there? Oh, there's water over here too. Okay, I guess we're on 281 in Borgfeld in Timberwood Park. Yeah, make sure you can get out of here too if this rises quick. Oh, is someone trapped? What is he okay?
Take our groceries in, but there's no way the car is going to go up our driveway.
Not at all.
Yeah,
Are you guys? Is he okay? Can you guys get out?
He got swept down.
What did?
He got swept down the driveway.
He did?
Yeah. He got swept down the hill.
Is he okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
We just got to figure out how to get our groceries in the house.
Okay. They're coming out to break to us right now.
Thank you.
Can you face that way by chance?
Face this way?
Yeah. I'll pull maybe right up the side then. You turn around and fix that. If you guys need help, let us know. Yeah. Yeah. Be like right here.
Bridge, though.
Stand by. Hey Marisa, yeah, we are here on 281 on the Borgfeld exit in Timberwood Park. And as you get off 281, you're on the frontage road here before you get to Borgfeld, and there is flooding over the road. And there is a residence just to the right here. You see them trying to bring in their groceries. They were telling us that someone that does live there here, they're trying to bring them their groceries, but they were swept down their driveway because of the floodwaters. In this road right now, you cannot get across to get to Borgfeld. So we do have police coming from behind us right now. They're likely going to close off this road. I'm not sure. They're going to try to evacuate the residents that live right here. There is floodwaters also to my right here under the bridge, and then you have the flooded road in front of me. So right now it's an active scene. It looks like the police behind us are closing off the road, so it's just us in this vehicle here that is currently trying to bring their groceries in, but hopefully we're trying to get them out. We're gonna again, they were swept they were swept down their driveway. Right now the rain has calmed down a little bit, so it looks like they're trying to bring the groceries in, but right now it's a very dangerous scene as the waters are rising right now. This road is inaccessible, and we are making sure these people are going to be okay. So right now that's the current scene here in Timberwood Park. No, the car was not swept down. The person that lives in the house just to my right, he was swept down his driveway. I'm not sure if he slipped and went down. That's what they told us, that he went down his driveway. He was swept down his driveway. I'm not exactly sure what they're planning on doing right now because they're moving the groceries to the side if you can't get to the residence. I'm not sure exactly what they're trying to do, but that's what they told us right now. So there is one gentleman to the right of where you see them right now. That's a residence that was supposedly swept down his driveway, and then you have this car here with groceries. I'm not sure if it's a DoorDash or something like that. And we do have a police officer running in right now, so he's going to help them and figure out what exactly is going on. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call Fox real quick. That's perfect. Yeah, that's a good shot. Hey, Vivian, I'm back. You guys can take us. I don't know. It must be a DoorDash or something. So they're just jumping off. Yes. Yes, so we're here at 281 in Borgfeld. We were getting off at the exit, but you see the frontage road in front of us. It is flooded. We talked to that car in front of us. It seems like it's a grocery delivery. I'm not sure DoorDash or any other company like that, but it looks like they were dropping off groceries. They said that the residence to the right, the one that was getting the grocery delivery, supposedly he was swept down his driveway. He seems okay. He's right at the fence line, and then this car just unloaded all their groceries and put it here on the side, and now a police officer, they're blocking off the road behind us, and he is trying to figure out exactly what is going on. Right now all the groceries are just on the side of the road, but can you go a little further?
Further up?
Yeah, it's hard to see too. Hold on, let me switch this away so you don't see me.
This officer's going to want to talk to you, probably.
Yeah, I do not see the wiper. Oh. It's hard doing it from the front seats.
Hold on, right behind you.
Oh.
How's it going, guys?
Hi, how's it going? Yes.
Pretty good.
Can you give us any information about what's going on?
No water crossing, they live right there.
Are they okay?
Yeah, they're okay. They're okay, and they don't want their faces on media, so.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, we got dropped off. That's an Uber. They live right there, but obviously they can't access the road.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you guys are closing off this road for right
I have
now?
my patrol out there, but people are still coming through. I have more vehicles, more patrol units on the way to close off the exit.
Okay. Are you gonna evacuate him, or is he okay?
Your house is up on the hill.
Okay. I guess that he was swept down. He said.
Yeah, he's secured up there. As far as I'm aware right now, I told him to stay up there.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to scoot back, just so I can get this traffic.
Sounds good. We'll go
I
back.
don't know if it's gonna overflow, but it's pretty high right here as well. So I don't want this vehicle swept up later.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hey, Brad. Yeah. Hey, Brad. Yes, he was swept down his driveway. They're gonna have us move. That was an Uber that's delivered groceries as well, and also dropped some people off. The residence to the right is uphill. So they said he's okay. They are worried about the water rising here on the bridge that we're on. So they want us to back up. I'm not sure. Yes. get back on the road. If you wanna, if everyone's okay here, I'm gonna turn around and go back south of Mile. Yeah, I know, they were just distraught. Yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know.
Thank you. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I'll call back the News 4. Do what you can, I guess. I guess if you want to go north, we can go north. I mean, that's the option.
Yeah, we can go north.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the residency's up there. I'll call back to News 4. Everybody's doing the same thing. Oh, what do I do? It's kind of collapsing. There's still some heavy rain. So I think maybe for a little bit, at least the next 20 minutes, we'll stay here. Maybe I'll text David because they were evacuating River Road on New Braunfels. I mean, if the rain kind of calms. Hey, what's up? This is Clarissa? Joy, hey Joy. Yes, whenever you guys are, yeah, we did come across, we were with you a little while ago, and then we talked to Fox, and we had more information, we talked to the police and everything, but now we're in a different location. But whenever you guys want to talk. So I guess we track the rain for now, and then if that collapses, then I'll see if anyone's going to River Road. What about?
Rain's back behind us.
Yeah. I kind of want to get off if we can, which is like, what road's open? So don't try Borgfeld. Let's try Wilderness Oak. Because then we can try to go right into Stone Oak, and there's hills and stuff, and that might be some good stuff. Wilderness Oaks and take a right, then and just drive around there. Hey Jordan, hey Marisa. Yeah, we are back on the road. So last time we talked to you, we were off the frontage road of 281 near Borgfeld, and we did come across a Uber that was delivering groceries. That's what we were told, and also had a few people as well, 2 residents. And the residents lived just to the right of where we saw flooded roads over the frontage road, and the house was on a higher elevation. There was a gentleman that was inside the house that was waiting for his grocery order, and he supposedly got swept down his driveway to the fence line. He's okay. We talked to the police, and they were checking with him. They were closing off the frontage road, and they were watching the flooded roadway. Everybody was okay as far as the police was telling us. They were just closing off the road and just checking on everything there. So it was an active scene, but everybody is okay, which is good news there. So we are back on the road right now. That frontage road is closed. We are now going southbound on 281. We're going to get off at Wilderness Oaks. We are still seeing the heavy rain. It has backed off a little bit in intensity, but it's still very heavy rain, still a dangerous situation. If you don't have to get on the roads, especially if you're seeing rain right now across our area, best thing to do is just stay inside and stay safe, because the amount of rain that is falling down, the rate of rainfall can create flash flooding in a very short amount of time, and you want to make sure you're as safe as possible. So we're on the roads. We're checking to see if we come across another scene such as that, but the good news is everybody is okay from that particular location. And right now we're getting off at Wilderness Oaks. So 281 Wilderness Oaks near Timberwood Park is where we are right now, and we're going to drive around the side roads and see what we come across. Back to you guys. Yeah, so the plan right now is we're trying to follow the storm that's currently producing that very heavy rainfall. Right now, the heart of it is in northern Bexar County around Stone Oak, Timberwood Park. It does look like the intensity of the rain is starting to back off a little bit, so we're going to do a little drive around this area, see if we come across any flooded roadways. If the rain starts to subside, then we'll go more over to Comal County and along River Road, which they were evacuating along the Guadalupe there a little while ago. Right now in that area, the rain is relatively light, so we're going after the heavy stuff at the current moment, but if that subsides, then we'll move over there. So it's kind of a wait and see how the radar comes about in the next 20-30 minutes, and we'll go wherever we need to. Cool, thanks. Some flooded roads. Turn off the mic real quick. I'm gonna call David. I think if no one calls us, I think we just go to New Braunfels. Go along that river road, see what's going on. Whatever.
Try texting them.
I guess I could text them. Yeah, that's a good idea. You have us too, but we don't have. Oh, Brian's calling. Hey, Brian. That's all right. I just texted David too. The rain has let up for the most part around San Antonio. It's really just light. We came across a little flooding, but now there's not much. What do you want us to do? Do you want us to go to New Braunfels, or does Ethan have it, or what? What do you think we should do? Yeah, we're talking. Okay, sounds good. Hey, David. Yeah, so the rain has calmed down. Right now, at least, can't say a little later, but right now, there's nothing imminent with heavy rain that would cause flooding. It's more light rain, so all the heavy flooding rainfall has backed off. So right now around San Antonio, it's wet here. We're driving through Stone Oak. We're by 1604 now. We did come across a little flooding earlier when we did have that big time rain. But now it's more just light rain. So what do you want us to do? Do you want us to go to New Braunfels, or does Ethan have that covered, or what? What do you think we should do? Okay. you guys can hear us, we can go live whenever. This doesn't look great. Look at all the road closures. I want to try to get down here. I don't know how. Maybe they're letting some. Sound like Taylor's trying to get close. Trying to come in from the south. We can't be there at night though. Those roads are, especially if you gotta go this way. We could try.
So am I taking I-10?
Yes, sorry. Take I-10. to it. No, they're not talking to me. I'm listening in to see what they're talking to Taylor. I don't know if they want. David wanted us to be able to do lives of us driving up there. I could text. Oh yeah, you could do that. Yeah, my bad. I'm just trying to figure out where they are. If they got to the camper, and I might text Taylor and figure out what way they went. They might let us in, especially with this big vehicle. We look important.
Blankets, just a lot of different random items just all scattered around from the debris. So we traveled up here. This is as close as we could get to Camp Mystic. As you can see, this is across the Guadalupe River. We did go further up to see where the entrance was. We were met with some first responders where we weren't able to get any closer, so we turned around just to get a shot of this, where you could see ahead, you could see the campsite. I do want to mention what really stands out is this building right here, where you can see clearly straight through it. The whole front is clearly just torn apart, and again, you can see right through it. You see people still driving trucks in the area. We've seen a few people walking around the campsite. I do want to mention that I've seen some people that are doing searches down below near the Guadalupe River here. And then we were talking to another person that knows this area. They say usually you can't see through here. You can't see through the campsite because of these trees are so tall. But now you can see clearly. That just it's because all the trees are either knocked down or just lying flat. If you take a look over here, you can see just the damages that have occurred from this storm and the floodwater that took over this area. Again, a lot of debris is still on this area. We did hear some helicopter. We heard a helicopter above us, as well as a drone. And if you take a look over here, you can see some first responders making their way down the road. coming through this area. Again, this is Camp Mystic, where over 20 girls are unaccounted for. So this is the latest here that I'm seeing. So we'll keep you updated as I see any new developments here. Thank you. All right, I'm going to work on that mini pack.
as a reminder, we'll be in there for 3 minutes tops, so once you see me make a move to the door, follow me.
So yes, I will go live.
Was live there. Video will be available too. Okay, so you core views already. Oh, you're just gonna post as me.
Yeah, it's okay.
That's me. Yeah, that's not me. That's the video camera. That's me.
That's okay. I'll let you approve.
I mean, I could be City of Carroll.
Oh, you can? Okay, well then, copy and paste. And then put no, you can't comment on.
It's right there. That's the story. So you want me to comment?
they talked to you at all?
Green Jag. Representative.
Colonel Police Fire Department as well as
that here?
County Sheriff's Office will be there to answer
okay.
questions after this morning's matter. Ongoing rescue efforts. 11:30 a.m. this morning. I don't know what that is.
That's good, that's good.
You can take your tripod back. Or you want to take yours and yours. That way you want to lug two of them around.
Yeah, if you want.
Are we moving? We aren't moving live view servers, are we?
No, it'll be like YouTube.
So I'm using LiveView 2 now. I was going to use LiveView 7, but...
No. So we are live view 2.
Yeah.
They should already see us.
Are you done for the day? Once you go back? Yeah. Okay, yeah, if you want to put my tripod on my desk or something. I can't tell if it's
I thought he sent one of you a message saying that he wanted us to swap out. That's what I saw.
That's what David said when he sent us over here, because he said that you had to take back. Yeah, and that Carlos was going to stay here with us to do the Starlink.
Yeah, was it your phone or his phone that just showed me that it said you
From
know
Jack Green?
Somebody.
This one?
No.
Okay. Then, yeah.
Just a minute ago, somebody showed me something that, no, Fernando, you're not shooting it. Roy is shooting it.
He has LiveView 2. Carlos is going to be here to handle Starlink.
Yeah.
And then me, Christina, are heading out.
I don't know why he's giving me a hard time about it if he's the one who asked for it to be that way. I don't get it.
Does Starlink need to be hooked up? How does that work? I've never used that. Wireless.
Oh, wireless. Oh, so that's already.
So do you have to go back there and do something when they come out, or
No, he's just going to like go out.
Yeah.
It's going to help make sure everything looks good.
Got it. Okay.
Sorry, I was pushing you. Just leave it.
No, that's all right. I get it.
You're good.
Yeah.
Roy, have you tested your audio? Make sure you're on the proper setting, line level and mic level. Luis, leave me alone.
there's some kind of gangbang type interview afterwards, I guess I'll just take this off.
Okay.
Or pull it off completely and set it some. But
that one's for channel 2.
Yeah.
So yours is on.
And you're good on your audio in the mult box, right?
I can't tell because it's not on. I don't know if they need to give me a mic check. Okay. I have my.
What did Fernando's?
Okay. Yeah, you got it.
So you did.
Here, let me ask. Excuse me. What do you think? Do you want me to keep it wide on all the chairs, or only whoever's just going to end up talking and have it zoomed in on them?
You're gonna have to play it by ear. I mean, obviously keep it relatively wide while they're taking their seats and all that stuff. There's so many people. The most important people tend to be in the middle with the governor, and all under control?
Huh?
All under control?
Yeah.
Okay. I say if, focus down if it looks like someone's talking for a while, like the governor or somebody like that. Other than that, we just have to play it by ear. It's deserted.
I wish they could give us an audio check.
Go by the camera. I'll go ask Chris if someone can give us an audio check. Hey, Chris.
Sir.
Is it possible to get an audio check?
Oh, yeah. Do we need another?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, let me ask.
For latecomers?
He's probably.
He's trying. He says no. Now, you're worried about the audio because he pulled out his cube and you put yours in?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why I was just kind of like, I didn't know if the mics were on, but I guess they're off, so I just, and Luis is texting me, so I just want to make sure that the audio is working fully.
Will you be able to tell quickly?
The minute they start talking, yeah.
Because here's the deal is that, yes.
We can't do it because we're already, the stream is up, so the audio is muted until it starts. So we can't do another test because then we'd unmute it.
Okay. And it looked like at 10 o'clock somebody went up first and gave a little
There'll be like a
preamble,
little,
like,
a second or two for you to adjust real quick.
you know, coming out here will be the governor and blah, 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 or whoever.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
As soon as they walk in.
Okay. Thanks for asking.
Sure.
What?
It's like I'm trying to get it secured.
Yeah, because they have it, because they have it killed for the live stream, I guess.
I think Bridgeton tracking down some people right now, and then they just flew it where they may just meet us at our live stream location. That'd be the best. Huh?
He looked at me too.
Respect his boundaries. Yeah, tell the group to say, hey, maybe a little later. Yeah, how far is it? I said, don't bank on the 5 o'clock either.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be. And then I saw the text. Well, I got a text from Chrissy. So I got in at 8 to get my stuff and then drive out. It's like really till 10. So I was on my way driving out there. Chrissy texted all the reporters, producers, and the whole news team and said, all hands on deck. Like, be ready to go. Everybody's going to have phone calls. That was fun. I'm sure some people woke up a little hungover. So I You should. You know where the deck out here, I'm driving back and forth. You're going to stay here. Yeah. Just what? Yeah. I mean, that's why I was struggling driving down here because I was seeing things and I was trying to make contacts with people as I'm driving. When it rains, I know when they said, "Oh, Frank's your photo," I thought Tim was with Tom this morning. So when I said Frank's your photo, I'm like, "Oh, guess I'll just meet him down there." And then I realized, "Oh, Frank's down there." Who's a photog to replace? Right. I don't have one. Great. Because they found photogs for all the people up north. Williamson County, Jackson County. Really, 10 people died in Williamson County. I've seen that mentioned. Yeah, I mean, I for a second there, I thought he step up, I would be in jail.
You feeling better about it?
Yeah, because we were all talking and they said the same thing. They kind of wish that they would get mic checks right away.
Okay.
But
yeah,
they have them muted for the stream.
Okay.
Thank everybody for gathering with us here today, and we are especially pleased to have with us today Secretary Kristi Noem from the Department of Homeland Security, who will share with you a lot of information herself. Before I do pass the mic to her, there are several things that I want to announce as well as some things to share. First, what I have observed in this community over the past 24 hours is what I call quintessential Texas. When Texans face a challenge, we come together, we unite. And that's exactly what's happened over the past 24 to 48 hours in this community. Nothing more than extraordinary devastation. And the worst thing that could have happened in this community fell upon it. They could have fallen apart. They could have fought against each other. But instead, they understand the importance of unity. That's what Texans do. It's what we will continue to do. Along those lines, something else to double down on what I said last night. We will be relentless in going after and ensuring that we locate every single person who's been a victim of this flooding event. We're not going to stop today or tomorrow. We will stop when the job is completed. Between now and whenever that day arrives when the job is completed, this is a 24/7 operation, day and night, because we know that we are looking for Texans and Americans, and we put them as our top priority, and we will find every one of them. Additionally, I want to let you know that overnight, there was an increase in storm damage and rainfall and flooding in other regions of the state of Texas that were in addition to the ones that were in the disaster declaration that I made yesterday. What I'm going to sign today is an expanded disaster declaration that adds the following counties to what I signed yesterday. This disaster declaration includes Bexar County, Burnett, Caldwell, Guadalupe, Travis, and Williamson counties. We will continue to add counties as needed as conditions either worsen or improve in counties across the state of Texas. We will ensure that every asset and resource the state has is going to be made available to every county that's the subject of this disaster declaration. Also, I've had the opportunity to visit not just with Secretary Noem, but other officials in the Trump administration. We know that President Trump, he loves Texas for one. He's deeply concerned about all the families who've been affected, but also knows about the magnitude of the devastation that we're suffering. And so what I'm about to sign now is going to be the first step in a process. This document is a request for a federal disaster declaration coming from the governor to seek the immediate and ongoing help of the federal government. I want to express my gratitude in advance to President Trump for his entire administration for their devotion to the state of Texas. He always tells me about his love for the people of the state of Texas, his deep concern for them, and I know that he's feeling that now as much as he ever has. And there's no better way to show that than the fact that he wanted to ensure that he and his entire administration was represented here today by Secretary Kristi Noem, to whom I would like to turn things over at this time.
Well, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here today. And I want to thank Governor Abbott for his leadership, and know that President Trump is absolutely heartbroken by what has happened here in Texas, and the loss of life is absolutely devastating to him and Melania. This morning I talked with him several times, and he wanted to make sure that all of you know how much he loves Texas, how much he's grieving for your families that have lost someone and the beautiful children that we're still looking for and hoping to return to their families, and that he is absolutely committed to using all the resources of the federal government to help unify families, rescue all those that were still missing, and return those who maybe we will recover back to their families as soon as possible, and that we will be here walking alongside each other and helping throughout this entire crisis. And know that I'm extremely grateful as well for the leadership of Nim Kidd, who's a fantastic emergency operations manager and has been well known throughout this country for leading through such a time as this. And this tragic situation is something that is unprecedented. We recognize that at the federal level. We also recognize that when something like this happens to a community, happens to a state, that the best responders are those locally, because it's your family members, it's your community members that are being impacted, and you can respond quickly. And the role of the state is to run and manage that emergency, but the federal government needs to be here for the support and extra resources on the ground as well. And that is what we are doing and what President Trump has dedicated to continue to do. I've visited with the President already about this federal disaster declaration that the governor was going to sign here this morning, and he has indicated that he will honor that and that he will accept that. So that response and that relief will be coming. And we also have had assets here on the ground since the beginning of this crisis started, since this weather event did start, and even before it came, we were alerted. We did have Coast Guard assets here that were helping to rescue people. We're thankful for the airframe that showed up and those coasties that were here walking alongside our DPS, and the emergency responders that were here, the Texas assets that were deployed already, and that coordination was seamless, and I appreciate them for putting that request in right away. We also had our BORTAC team from Customs and Border Protection out here helping with rescues. They are a specialized, trained force to come in these types of situations and bring their skill set to bear. That is a resource that's incredibly important to the Department of Homeland Security, but also in these types of situations when we need emergency management response. We also did have a CBP advisory interdiction specialist here that was helping with some coordination of air assets that has been present. And then we are looking at the other entities that are under the department, what can be utilized, and of course FEMA is standing at an enhanced level right now, which means that they are plugged in to the State Operations Center. We are engaged, and then as this response goes forward, that their role will continue to be filled as it always is in these situations, and will be timely and responsive as to what the governor requests and what is needed here on the ground. I do know that the state of Texas is amazing in how it responds to disasters. Not every state is like that. Many states do not do what the people of Texas do. And you are an example to the nation of getting through these difficult times, but also know that you're not alone, that you have the entire country's hearts and are with you and are walking alongside you. And at the department, we will continue to bring more resources. We just, at the request of a previous conversation less than an hour ago, in visiting with him and with the governor, requested more fixed-wing aircraft from Coast Guard to come and help us, making sure that we're going out and locating individuals as fast as possible that we know are still missing, and that we also will send more airframe as far as helicopters that have the ability to come in, and some will be equipped, and the fixed wings with thermals so they can continue to work all night long. Some of the assets that other agencies may offer don't have that kind of equipment, but the Coast Guard does have it, and so that will be deployed so that the search and rescue efforts don't stop even when it does get dark at night. We'll continue to stay engaged, and I'll be here. I'm going to go up to the camp, Mystic, and I'm going to go around town and spend some time here today and make sure that when I am calling and talking to the President throughout the day, that he has timely information and that the requests that are coming here from the leadership on the ground are met immediately, and that we can take care of these families and take care of these folks right away. We do know the number one priority now is people, is making sure we're finding people as fast as possible and we're returning them to their families. And then also, throughout the process, we'll get into what damage was done to public infrastructure, what may have been done to, I know we have 1,800 people that are still without power. What I understand is people still have water, but we do have damage to bridges and to roads. Thankfully, dams held. But all of that is an assessment that we'll continue to work with you on to make sure that you recover as quickly as possible. So, again, thank you all for being strong and being an example for people. Someone told me a long time ago, over 30 years ago, that to never get angry on behalf of yourself, get angry on behalf of the other people, to always go out and get up every day and go work for other people and help them. And so I know many of you that are out there responding and helping your neighbors had losses too. You're hurting because you're grieving somebody that may have been lost. We were created to serve people. God created us to serve each other. And now is a wonderful time to go find somebody you can help, somebody that you can take care of and get them through this process. And that will make us stronger and better into the future. So our prayers are with you. President Trump wants you to know that he and Melania are praying for you and love you. And with that, I'll turn it back over to the governor.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the assets and resources you and the Trump administration are providing. One thing that Secretary Noem mentioned was the fact that recoveries and rescues are being made. And what has happened over the past 36 hours is really amazing. When you look at what the local officials have done, working in collaboration with multiple state agencies as well as our federal partners, in 36 hours, they have rescued or recovered more than 850 people, some clinging to trees to save their lives, others in other precarious situations. It's just sheer heroism, the way that we've seen our first responders rescue so many people. And now I would like to turn things over to Senator John Cornyn.
My thanks to President Trump and Secretary Noem for responding so quickly to Governor Abbott's request for a federal disaster declaration. And particularly, Madam Secretary, thank you for being here in person. It's really important and I think sends a very important message. Unfortunately, I've been to a number of disasters over the years across the state of Texas, as has the governor, and none of these get any easier. But I have to tell you, I remain incredibly impressed with Governor Abbott's leadership and the incredible work that the Texas Department of Emergency Management under the leadership of Nim Kidd do. They are literally the best in the nation. And what Secretary Noem said about other states not responding as well is true. It's something we should be very proud of and grateful for, particularly at a time like this. And then there are the men and women who are standing behind us here, who have been doing the work on the ground, not waiting for the federal government to show up. They've been getting the work done, as the governor pointed out. And we are all together, we are praying for those who have lost loved ones and are grieving. We are celebrating with those who have been reacquainted with and rejoined with their family members. And, you know, a few years ago, the governor will remember this, up in West Texas after a terrible disaster, a county commissioner there said something to me that I think is appropriate at a time like this. He said, being from Texas is not just about where you're from, it's who your family is. And so when things like this happen, we come together as a family, as Texans, in a way that I'm very proud of. But it's very important because this is who our family is, and we owe it to them. And I take the governor at his word that he and his team will be relentless in supporting all of the efforts at the local and the federal level until every last person is accounted for and those families are reunited with their loved ones. But Governor, thank you again for your leadership. Secretary Noem, it means a lot to us for you to be here. And we appreciate Governor Abbott and Chief Kidd, but we appreciate President Trump and you responding so quickly to the governor's request for disaster declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now Congressman Chip Roy.
Thank you, Governor. Thanks all of you for being here. Before I was crazy enough to run for Congress, my family and I started a tradition of coming down to Kerrville for 4th of July. And we've been coming here every summer since my kids were little. They're now 14 and 15 to see Robert Earl and whoever else was playing. And pictures have been popping up my phone, the ones that, kick on the anniversary of different shows, like a bunch of different shows over the last decade. It hits home. It really does. It hits personally for those of us for whom this is our community, our home. My family lives in Hays County, but we spend a lot of time in Kerr. And I can't say enough about the local leadership and what they've been doing in the face of this disaster. Your city manager has done an extraordinary job. Your sheriff has done an extraordinary job. I could go down the list of everybody, and I'll leave somebody out. But I can't say enough about what they've done, and then I can't say enough about the governor and about NIM and about the leadership that has come from the state and from DPS and from TDEM to get this done and to do what we're in the process of still doing to react to this unfortunate circumstance. It's been professional and it's been extremely well done. And I have to say, the secretary yesterday, I reached out to her office. I think it might be 15 minutes later that I got a call from the secretary, immediately responding to requests. I talked to NIM about the need for Army Corps support and some other stuff, immediately talked to the secretary about it. The collaboration, the teamwork, local, state, and federal, I cannot overstate the extent to which everybody set aside turfs or any of those kinds of things to deliver for the people of Texas. Now, we're far from having finished the job. We're all here knowing that we still have work to do. We're still prayerful. We're still hopeful. Obviously, there's a lot here that we're dealing with, but I'm deeply appreciative for that coordination. And last point that I'll just make is, and I've said this a little bit earlier this morning, there's going to be a lot of finger pointing and a lot of second guessing and Monday morning quarterbacking. And I just want to pick up on what I think the governor said about 850-something individuals that were moved quickly in this circumstance, and in a once-in-a-century flood where you get 12, 14 inches, where you get a 26 to 30-foot increase in water in the course of an hour and a half at 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning on a holiday. And that's what we're dealing with in these circumstances and where those camps are. There's a lot of people saying why and how, and I understand that. And I understand why parents would be asking those questions and all of the media. But where we are right now in terms of what we've done to be able to protect people, move them, get them out of the camps, and the heroic efforts of people that worked in those camps, directors of the camps, people who own the camps, who not just risked their lives, gave their lives to try to go save the lives of those kids. That's who they are as Texans. And I'm so proud of that. And I'm so proud of the work that everyone's done to do that. And now we just got to finish the job and be with the people. And importantly, pray for the families who have lost their loved ones.
Thank you. Now, Kerr County Judge Kelly.
Yes, I think I'm the only one at this table that lives on the Guadalupe River. And our properties were devastated, and I barely got home yesterday. I started my morning ushering in a crew with a skid steer and 2 dump trailers, 3 trucks, 9 men to start trying to rebuild what 50-year lawyer and a mediator and arbitrator, and we had some issues that needed attention. And I got to see firsthand many of the body bags, and it breaks my heart. And coming back from that, we had an opportunity to go on a helicopter ride with the senator and the mayor and inspect the devastation. We flew all the way up the South Fork, all the way to Criders. And you can see what's happened, and it's going to be a long time before we're ever going to be able to clean it up, much less rebuild it. But there's nothing on the other side of Criders. It's just hill country. And we didn't know. We know we get rains. We know the river rises. But nobody saw this coming. And what I really have to report to you is it was a godsend to be able to get out of the helicopter, walk back into this building, and sit down with these people and cooperate, arm in arm, hand in hand, to do the best we can to work the process. The rescue has gone as well as can be expected. It's getting time now for the recovery, and that's going to be a long, toilsome task for us. And what I would reiterate that I've heard others say is as long as we stay together, we'll get this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Mayor Herring.
I want to start off by saying thank you on behalf of the city of Kerrville and our 25,000 citizens. I want to say thank you to the federal government, the state government, county government. You know, as I look around the room in the Emergency Operations Center, I don't see different agencies from the state, the federal, the county. I see one team working together. It's important for our community to know it's one team. We will rescue those in peril, and we will find those who are lost. I continue to ask everyone who sees this today to pray for Kerrville and Kerr County. We need your prayers. And thank God we have the help of the federal government and the state government in this horrible, horrible crisis. Thank God for our country, and thank God for all the help we are receiving today. Thank you.
Now, TDM Chief Nimkid.
Thank you, Governor. My heart breaks. It's broken for those families that have lost their loved ones, and that fuels our drive to continue to search for them, and we will not stop until we find every one of them. I have to start by thanking our local first responders. Those men and women on the streets live here, they work here, their families are here, yet they got on the truck and they got in the car and they got in the ambulance and they went out and they did everything they could to save their neighbors. You also have volunteers all over this county that do the job for free, that were out there working to save lives, many times putting their own lives and their property at risk. Our state partners have been phenomenal, nothing short. Madam Secretary, your federal team has been nothing short of remarkable and impressive. I'm grateful for that. Every time I've reached out to you or your staff or Acting Administrator Richardson or the Acting Regional Administrator, I don't think the phone has rang twice before you've answered. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for being here with us. Life safety continues to be our #1 priority. We will continue the search until all those that are missing are found. We will start cleanup and property damage assessments as soon as possible. Our teams from FEMA have been in the State Emergency Operations Center since before we started operating on this event. They are exactly where we need them to be, doing exactly what we need them to be doing. Our Border Patrol partners have been here, and I'm so grateful for the U.S. Coast Guard. Acting Administrator Richardson and Regional Administrator Stoller have been great partners to us. We continue to work forward. And if I may, I'd just like to run across a few more of the numbers. 1,331 state additional personnel that have been added to this response on top of all your local responders. Over 906 state assets here. That's 125 from our agency, 172 from the Urban Search and Rescue Team at Texas Task Force 1, over 160 from the Department of Public Safety, over 250 from the Texas Department of Transportation, 170 from the Texas Wildlife Department, Military Department 136, and the A&M Forest Service here with 115, and almost 190 people on the health and medical side. Governor, our team stands ready to assist this community.
Thank you very much. One last thing, and that is, there is a word that's been the most common word that's been spoken over the past 36 hours, and that is the word prayer. It's been repeated by the people who are watching this as we speak right now. It's repeated often on social media, through phone calls, through texts, and those prayers are answered in so many ways. Answered by that child who was being swept down the river and happened to find a tree to cling on and was able to continue with uncommon strength to be able to remain clinging to that tree until a helicopter was able to descend upon her and lift her out of that harrowing situation. It could have been the reason why water stopped rising into a home or a cabin or something that would have caused an entire building to float away. It could be the reason why there have been so many people have been located wherever they were down the river basin. It could be something that prevented somebody from getting into the water to begin with. All we know is that prayer does work. Your prayers have made a difference. We ask for continued prayers as we continue our efforts to locate everybody who's been affected by this, and pray so much for the families who have lost a loved one, who are going through challenging times that they never imagined on the 3rd of July that something like this would happen. Prayer matters, and we thank God Almighty. God has blessed Texas and will continue to bless our great state. We'll take a few questions.
Have the numbers changed? 27 dead and 27 missing from Camp Mystic.
Sure.
What I can tell you is there's still 27 missing. We have recovered some additional bodies at this time. We're trying to identify at this time. What I can tell you, an update, there's 32 deceased. 18 of those are adults and 14 are children. 5 of the adults remain unidentified and 3 children remain unidentified. We are still working on that this time. As I said earlier this morning, the numbers are going to continue to change. They're going to continue to change till we're done. It's been a very good day as far as being out there and being able to do some things, and we've got a lot done.
Chief, early on there was a lot of conflicting information about the search, about the number of fatalities, the missing, even a lot of families and parents were rightfully concerned and more importantly confused about all this information. We just heard the judge refer to this as a shift from rescue to recovery. Can you clarify what that means? Are we talking about these missing people no longer believed to be alive?
You'll need the judge to answer that piece. Our state assets and local partners are continuing to search for live victims.
Is there any indication that there are still people out there alive? Any evidence?
History would tell us that after a certain time period, those chances diminish, and we can talk about all of the numbers and the metrics on that. Our hope and prayer is that there are still people alive that are out there, and we are still actively searching for them, and we will continue. And listen, that will turn into recovery at some point, and none of us want to put a time period on that right now. But when you talk to the men and women that are up there in those helicopters and out in those boats and walking the ground, they're looking for live people right now and doing everything they can to continue this search as fast as possible.
And Judge, just a moment to clarify, because we want to be very clear with especially families and parents that are watching this. What makes you feel like this has gone from rescue to potential recovery? Because there is a difference.
We will eventually get to the recovery.
2 more questions.
Well, we're going to do more than 2 more questions. I want to say this. My instruction to every state agency involved in this is to assume everybody who is missing is alive, and there's a need for speed. Not just every hour, every minute counts, which is why there's people in the air, people in the water, people on the ground right now, because they're looking to save every last life, and we will not give up that effort.
2 more questions.
Why was the National Weather Service not pinging our phones before 7 o'clock this day of 4th of July? We need a federal people who can answer that maybe for us. I got updates at 7 o'clock, first one I heard, and I've heard updates throughout the week, but not before 7 o'clock in the morning. Wasn't that a fundamental failure of the federal government's responsibility to keep us safe?
Well, my background is, before I was in the secretary position here under the Trump administration, I was governor of South Dakota and served in Congress for 8 years before I was governor. And so I will tell you that for decades, for years, everybody knows that the weather is extremely difficult to predict, but also that the National Weather Service over the years at times has done well, and at times we have all wanted more time and more warning and more alerts and more notification. That is something, and one of the reasons that when President Trump took office, that he said he wanted to fix, and is currently upgrading the technology, and the National Weather Service has indicated that with that and NOAA that we needed to renew this ancient system that has been left in place with the federal government for many, many years, and that is the reforms that are ongoing there. The timeline that I have, I don't oversee the National Weather Service, that's not under my department, but the timeline that I did receive from them was that the notifications started to look at its expansion for its limited flood impact area that started on July 3rd at 1:18 p.m. The flood watch was issued. Although it was moderate, it wasn't to the extremes that it was, that when the system came over the area that it stalled, it was much more water, much like I think we experienced during Harvey, the same type of system that was unpredictable in the way that it reacted and the way that it stopped right here and dumped unprecedented amounts of rain that caused a flooding event like this. They continue to elevate and up their notifications. You know, when your notification hit your phone, sir, I'm sorry, I can't speak to when that is, but I do carry your concerns back to the federal government and to President Trump, and we will do all we can to fix those kinds of things that may have felt like a failure to you and to your community members. But we know that everybody wants more warning time, and that's why we're working to upgrade the technologies that have been neglected by far too long to make sure that families have as much advanced notice as possible. But
one more question, folks.
Can you please get into the search efforts and where that's happening and what the challenges are?
Question was search efforts.
Where it's happening, challenges, what it's looking
Yeah,
like.
the entire river is being searched from the northernmost impact all the way as we run down. You have assets in the air that are still doing searches, you have boats that are in the water doing searches, and you have ground crews doing searches. As the water recedes, new areas being uncovered and searched, and you have human and canine that are working those banks and will continue. It's a grid situation where we've got maps in there in the EOC where you can see what group is assigned to what area and reporting back to command if they find or if they continue to clear. And that process is going to keep going. We are not stopping until we find everyone that's missing.
Great, thank you, everyone. That's all we got time for.
Go ahead.
As far as the resources people who are trying to recover, we have FEMA, we have the state. What can people depend on from the federal government and the state government in the time of need? There's a lot of that.
well, as in every emergency situation, the local emergency responders put together what the request is through the state, and the state coordinates all of the response and what assets may be necessary and makes a request to us. So now that the governor has already requested this federal disaster declaration, he will start to tell us what the needs are, and the federal government will do all that we can to support.
Ma'am, will there be direct assistance?
Well, there already has been direct assistance. I mean, when you look at having Coast Guard assets here on the ground, we just requested more assets to be here, Border Patrol here. If there's more individuals and federal law enforcement officers, if we need any assets that I may have under my purview, I've made available to NIM, and so he knows that if he needs something, it'll be here.
Great,
Thank you.
everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you, folks.
time to start going.
Yeah. I do want to go ahead.
Yeah, keys. I'll get the card and keys.
Park is usually pretty busy during the weekends. A lot of people like to come down here. There's usually a park area right there. They'll come down and play at the river. That was obviously a different scene here yesterday. Where I'm standing right now, I'm told that I was under maybe 3-4 feet of water. Just incredible to think about when you see the power of this water. Also out here, usually we spoke to a gentleman behind us is the VFW post here in Kerrville. He told us usually you can't see the river from this vantage point because of all the trees and brush that are usually out here. Of course, that's been cleared away. That's been wiped out by all the floodwaters from yesterday. And you can also kind of see the power of the water bending over those trees as if they were pieces of straw. It's just amazing. Kind of hard to put into words just the extent of this damage. It kind of spreads even further to my left over here. It goes all the way up to the side of this embankment where you see those people are standing right there right now. That's how far the water reached. Even powerful enough to rip up these fence posts, for lack of a better word, out of their moorings right here. This is where these fence posts were planted in, just ripped out of the ground. So as you mentioned from the governor in the press conference, cleanup well underway. Just incredible the amount of damage here. Of course, we got into town maybe about 30-40 minutes ago, so we're still trying to make our way through, see what we can see. But this was our first stop here at Louise Hayes Park, just to see, yes, the waters have receded, but the extent of the damage still incredible to behold. Ryan and Darian, we'll send it back to you. Yeah, when we spoke to the VFW commander, Eric Burton, he just said, hey, look, it's a tough time right now, but Kerrville's a strong community, and we're going to come back from this. We're going to rebound. They were getting ready for a 4th of July celebration here at the VFW post, which is where we're standing. We're standing in their parking lot, and they were getting all sorts of barbecue food ready for that 4th of July celebration. Obviously, plans changed. Well, they had all this barbecue ready to go. Well, they took that over to the United Methodist Church just a short ways from here, and that's where all the first responders have been sheltering. There's also a fallout shelter there as well for people who have lost their homes in this catastrophic flooding. They took all that food over there to feed about maybe 300-400 people over there with all the food that they had. So it's great to see. Again, it's Texans helping Texans. They're very grateful for all of the support that has come out here already, and they know more is on the way. So very grateful for all of the support that they've been shown so far.
Yeah, well, Karina's going to pan down and she can show you here. Yeah, the ground is pretty saturated. This, again, was all underwater, maybe about 3-4 feet, I'm told. Pretty muddy, as you can tell, but it gets even worse the further you get towards the river and where it is right now. Of course, it's receded a lot, but as you can see, it's kind of mucky a little bit, muddy, but people are walking around pretty good. I mean, there's a lot of people out here who don't seem to be associated with any of the search efforts. They're just out here kind of taking a look at the damage, so don't really necessarily want to see that, but people are getting around pretty good. Of course, there are walking paths in this park that I mentioned is usually fairly well traveled, but the ground, it's pretty well saturated, Darian. Again, right now it's not raining, and that's been the good news, I think. From our drive up from San Antonio, over the hour it took to get from San Antonio to Kerrville, we didn't see very much in terms of rain, so that's very good news. Of course, it's not raining right now. It's overcast. It looks like it might rain, but I think that's the good news in all of this, is that so far no more rain falling over here in Kerrville at the moment. Yeah, Ryan, driving into town, we did go past some hotels, some motels, that sort of thing. It didn't look like there were very many reunifications happening. We didn't see anything in terms of that happening on our drive in. Again, we've only been here for maybe about 45 minutes so far, so it's very tough to drive through town, especially when you get closer to the river here. As you can imagine, there are a lot of people out just wanting to drive over the bridge and just take a look at the damage that was left behind. But so far, we haven't seen too many families being reunited at any of these hotels that we've been here in town, on the edges at least. But we may, after we get done finishing visiting with you here, we may move around. We're going to try and move around a little bit more and see what else we can see if we can find any families or, of course, any positive images from these reunifications that are happening from these rescues. Yeah, Karina, if we can, we're gonna look get a closer look, and everybody a closer look at home here. Those trees there, right along the river's edge, just mowed over like blades of grass. That is the power of the water that we've seen. And on the other side of the bridge, Ryan, I'm getting goosebumps just kind of recalling the image. There's even a grove of trees that look just like that, dozens of them, all clumped together, and they have just been pushed over like a strong gust of wind came through, like they're nothing. And these are strong, sturdy trees. I mean, you can see the ones just to the left of the ones that have been knocked over. These are pretty sturdy things that have been around for a long time, and those near the water's edge maybe look a little newer, but yeah, the power of this water, just incredible to see. All right, we're clear. We may do another one here for the other side. I'm going to see if they need us for OAI. looks like they have us live on web. I don't know if they have us anymore, but anyway. I don't know. They just texted me saying that we were live on web, but I mean, that was when we were doing something on KBB. I'm trying to get. Here they come. We might want to get this. See you, Hector. Be safe, man. We're maybe about 3 minutes away, Karina, so you can adjust your shoulders. Yes, yes it is. Yes, 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 yes. I'm not sure what to call these things. They're not fence posts. Kind of, I mean.
But they will always be along.
Yeah. Stand by, stand by, stand by. Campion, is it Jonathan and Mandy? I don't hear anything. Yes, yes. Is it Mandy and Jonathan? Kerrville, Louise Hayes Park. We're next. Karina, same kind of thing. We're just going to show and tell.
Got you. Did great last time.
You did awesome.
Thank you.
We'll see if our chainsaw crew is going to be.
It was a nice touch last time.
Hey y'all, we just arrived in Kerrville maybe about an hour ago, and to give you an idea of where we are, we're in Louise Hayes Park. It's just a little bit a ways from the city center, City Hall. There in the distance, you might be able to make out that clock tower, the top of it anyway. And Louise Hayes Park, usually a very busy park here in Kerrville. Just down the way here, there's a pavilion there where families like to hang out, spend some time in the park, and then also, of course, run down to the river here, which is, as you can see, has receded greatly here in the past 24 hours or so. Cleanup efforts underway. I'm not sure if you can hear it in the background, but there are chainsaw crews in our area clearing up this massive amount of tree debris that's just all over the place here in the Guadalupe River area. They were chopping up this tree just not too long ago, but you can see just the vast amount of damage left behind by the floodwaters from yesterday. The power of the water is something to behold, really, because you can see the trees just being snapped over like pieces of straw. That thicket right over there, a really good indication of just how strong these waters were going. You talk about the rescue efforts last night. Over here you can kind of see how the tree debris has really kind of gathered around the trunks of those things. You can imagine somebody just being held up there, hanging on, you know, while somebody's trying to rescue them. Just incredible to think about. Cleanup efforts, as mentioned, underway. We've seen helicopters, a couple of helicopters fly over this area here in the past 30 minutes or so. So search efforts well underway as well. Where I'm standing right now, we're in the parking lot of the VFW post here in Kerrville, and I'm told where we're standing was under about 3 or 4 feet of water. So that would be probably maybe up to my waist or just under it thereabouts. And the water stretched all the way up this embankment here. There have been people out here at this park taking a look, just looking at the damage and seeing what they can see. But you can see the water line of how far this water has traveled from yesterday and how far it has gone down since then. So it's incredible to just kind of behold a little bit. Not too long ago, here in the past 10 minutes, we actually saw a long line of emergency vehicles, state troopers with their sirens and flash and lights on. They came across the bridge that you see there in the distance and then came right up this road, Thompson Drive that is, and then went north. Can only imagine who that might be in there, but you imagine it's game wardens, state troopers trying to, again, assess all of the damage and continuing to work hard on these search efforts that have been going around the clock now. Okay. Yeah. Well, they might be trying to clear all these people out. You know? Whoops, I'm sorry. Are you okay? Hey, Josie. Campion said to check with you for the plan for 5. Okay. I might. We're wanting to move because I mean it's like, yeah, it's a good vantage point, but there's no real people around, you know.